Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Board, BCP Council. My name is Councillor Kate Salmon, and I am the chair. I first of all will hand over to housekeeping, to the Democratic Services Officer to read out the housekeeping notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair in case of disruption. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point in the car park at the front of the building. Finally, please could everyone ensure that background noise is kept to a minimum and that mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to a silent setting for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on laptops. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just double check that we have got sound working okay online? Because I've just seen a couple more messages about not being able to hear. Can people online hear okay? I'm getting a thumbs up there. Good, it sounds like we're okay, thank you. So moving on then to the first item, which is apologies, and if I could ask the clerk for any apologies for the meeting.
We have apologies for this meeting from the Vice Chair, Councillor Aikenhead, and Councillor Jamie Martin is substituting.
Thank you very much. That covers item 2. Moving on then to item 3, which is declarations of interest. This is where I'll ask if any members of the board have any disclosable pecuniary interests or any other interests on the items on tonight's agenda. I will just remind everybody, and for the benefit of the public, that the monitoring officer has issued a dispensation for all councillors to participate and vote in this meeting, to participate and the board members to vote in this meeting, and also to participate and where appropriate in Cabinet and Council, that being because all of BCP councillors are either charter trustees or parish councillors, and therefore there's a level of interest that we all have. So could I just ask if there are any other interests besides that anyone needs to declare?
Is it an interest that I was on the working party for this at all?
I don't think so, Leslie, and I believe that about half the board were on the task and finish group,
yeah.
so yeah.
Just thought I'd mention.
Thank you. Councillor Trent.
Yes, Chair, just that I am Paul's representative on the Association of Charter Trustee Towns and have been for about 3 out of the last 4 years.
Okay, thank you to Councillor Trent. Noted. Okay, I think then we can move on to item 4, which is public issues. And I believe we have 1 question and 2 statements that have been received. So we'll move first to a question from Mr. Bob Lister, which will be followed by a response from Councillor Walters. So Mr. Lister, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We already have 76 councillors representing 33 wards. If all those represented their wards constituencies properly with funded laptops, meeting rooms, SIL funding and a good return for part-time work, what would the town councillors actually get? Why do we need them? How many would there be? And what would the taxpayers' precept charge be in years 2026 and 2027?
Thank you for your question, and I think we have a response for you from the chair of the Task and Finish Group for the Community Governance Review, which is Councillor Walters.
Thank you for your question. To clarify, there are 76 councillors representing BCP Council. However, there are also a further 53 councillors representing the existing town and parish councils of Burton and Wington, Herne, Highcliffe and Walkford, Christchurch and Threep and Holdenhurst. If the recommendations are approved, there would be an additional 50 councillors created. The vast majority of town and parish councils do not provide IT equipment and do not normally receive allowances. Parish and town councils can play a vital role in supporting and representing local communities, individuals and events, act as statutory consultee on a number of regulatory matters and act as the first point of contact locally. BCP Council will be required to agree a first year anticipated budget for the new councils, which will be worked on over the coming months if the recommendations are approved. It will be for the new councils, once elected, to agree their actual budget for 2026 and for all future years.
So if I may ask a further question, from experience from the other town councils, what is the precept charge for the second, third and fourth years?
I am sorry, Mr. Lister, but within the procedure that we have, public questions is just a question and an
Okay,
answer,
well,
and we
it
don't
wasn't
have
a
room for.
satisfactory answer, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Then if we can move on to the public statements, we have two statements, I believe, from Mr. Harry Seacombe. Sorry, I'm looking the wrong way. Please take a seat, Mr. Seacombe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That's Harry Seckham. I'm the chair of Boscombe and Folkestone Community Forum. So the first statement is in that capacity. Boscombe has spent 15 years building genuine community-led governance, a forum, a towns fund board managing £20 million in grant funding, a neighbourhood plan with community distributed SIL, and transparent local decision making. Imposing a Bournemouth Towns Council will dismantle all of this. Residents rejected the proposal not out of apathy, but because Boscombe already has trusted, functioning systems. To override that rejection, while denying Boscombe its own parish, suggests a predetermined agenda, not genuine localism. This is not parity. Throop is permitted a parish. Boscombe is denied one. The consultation process was flawed. Many residents were unaware that rejecting a Boscombe parish could lead to forced inclusion in a larger one. This directly contradicts the aim of strengthening local voices. It risks silencing one of the strongest and undoing years of hard-won community progress. We urge councillors to reject the recommendation and support a separate Boscombe parish or leave Boscombe out altogether.
Thank you, and do go ahead with your second statement.
The second one is in a personal capacity. It's on Southbourne and Tapton, though I have run this by Chris Knight, who's the chair of the Southbourne Community Forum, but he's away in New Zealand at the moment. Southbourne is a proud, distinct and community-minded area with its own forum, coastline, independent shops and a long record of civic participation. It has the identity and infrastructure to support a parish council, just as much as the already approved Throop. To deny Southbourne a parish while imposing a larger Bournemouth Town Council is a serious democratic failure. It overrides local identity in favour of administrative convenience and risks silencing the very voices parish councils are meant to strengthen. Residents were not clearly informed that rejecting a Southbourne parish could lead to forced inclusion in a wider Bournemouth Council. This flaw undermines the legitimacy of the process and contradicts the principle of consent. If this new model must go ahead, it must include space for genuinely local parishes like Southbourne, not just subsume them. At the very least, Southbourne should be permitted its own parish council or left out altogether.
Thank you, Mr. Seckham.
Thank
you. Moving on then to the next item on the agenda, which is the board's work plan. I am only just going to say that this was discussed and updates were agreed at our last meeting, which was only last week. Therefore, I propose that we simply just note that item and move on to the next. Is that agreeable to the board? Okay, great. Thank you. In which case, that brings us to item 6, which is the main item on tonight's agenda. It is the final recommendations on the community governance review that are going forward to Cabinet tomorrow. I do have a few things to say. There's a bit more structure around this than I might normally than we might normally have, because it's quite complex, as you all know. It's a long report the lot of sections. We also have a lot of interest from the people outside of the board in participating tonight. So I'm going to just go through a few things to make it clear how we're going to proceed, if that's okay. In order to ensure that we give each section of the report the attention it deserves, we'll be allocating some timings for questions and speeches by section. The aim is to conclude the meeting by 9 o'clock. This is in response to previous meetings which have gone on for longer than this, where, understandably, some members have had to leave before the end, which impacts the level of scrutiny that we've been able to apply to some reports. Given that there are many sections to debate in the report, robust timings will help us to ensure that all sections are given due attention. I therefore would kindly ask all members to be mindful of the time limits and to keep their contributions focused and concise so that we can maintain a high standard of discussion throughout. I'd also remind councillors that there will be an opportunity to debate this at full council and also to take any comments directly to Cabinet tomorrow, if you so wish. With this in mind, following the introduction from the chair of the Task and Finish group, I will invite our guests. We have the chair of the Dorset Association of Town and Parish Councils, and we also have the vice president of the Association of Charter Trustee Towns, who are going to both address the meeting, and board members will then have an opportunity to ask any questions of these speakers. After that section of the meeting, I'll invite any councillors who are not on the board who wish to speak to do so. And a total of 30 minutes of meeting time has been allocated for members who are not on the board. I will go into that in a bit more detail when we get to that meeting about how that's going to work. When we get to that section, sorry. After that, intend to take recommendations, the recommendations from the report in sections by areas in the order they're presented in the report. If discussion on any single issue begins to exceed the time that we've suggested, Councillor Canavan, I've seen your hand. If I can just finish my comments and then I'll come to you if that's okay. Excuse me. If discussion on any single issue begins to exceed the allocated time or the time that we're trying to stick to, I may ask councillors to conclude and move directly to the recommendations. This is to help ensure the meeting concludes on time and that all issues within the report receive the appropriate level of scrutiny. Finally, I'd also like to remind members that whilst there is expected to be lively debate on this item, all speaking and responses to questions must be directed through the chair. This includes anyone speaking to the meeting via Teams. Interruptions of speakers will not be tolerated in any form. Please could everyone also avoid using the meeting chat in the Teams meeting to discuss issues relating to the debate. Providing views in the chat isn't transparent for the public. The chat function should only be used to draw attention to technical issues or to provide help with wording for a motion. And I hope these measures will support a well-structured meeting and enable effective scrutiny of this important matter. Councillor Canavan, you wanted to raise a point at this moment?
A question, if I may, Chair. I understand what you've said in relation to taking the recommendations in the various sections. Could you please just clarify when you intend to take recommendation C? Because I'm giving you notice now that I will be seeking to move the removal of paragraph C in the recommendations, which relates to the continuation of the Task and Finish group.
Right. So just to be clear, the sections are around, sorry, bear with me a moment. The sections that we have decided to, the way that we've decided to structure the debate is to take recommendations A to E as one section. And then, so that's the existing parish councils. That's all the ones that currently exist as one group to discuss first. The next section will be to discuss the Broadstone proposal. Following that, the three local council, community council proposals for parts of Bournemouth as another section. The next section, Poole, and the final section, Bournemouth. So I hope that's clear in terms of structure.
It doesn't answer my question, Chair. I ask you again when you're going to take the vote on recommendation C in the paper, which talks about the continuation of the task and finish group, because I'm expecting you to take that, and I will be pressing for a vote on that.
Okay.
Everything that you've just presented all fall under recommendation A of the report. So
Yeah.
there are 2 further recommendations in the report
Yeah.
about issues following on from
Yeah, thank you.
recommendations.
I'm with you. Sorry, Councillor Canavan. It's because there are letters for each of the areas as well, so I wasn't with you to begin with. We will those sections by area relate to recommendation A at the top of the report. So we will take all those and then we will talk about the recommendations B and C after that, after all of that. Okay, thank you.
You are allowed comments, so
Mhm.
maybe that could be raised at that point if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Remember.
Okay. So, to remind myself where we've got to now. So, first of all, therefore, I am going to invite the chair of the Community Governance Review Task and Finish Group, Councillor Walters, to introduce the report. And we have support as well from Richard Jones, and so I'll hand over to Councillor Walters for a brief introduction.
Thank you, Chair. After many hours of deliberation and debate, the Community Governance Review Task and Finish Group have created the report that you have in front of you. This process has been long and detailed. Firstly, I'd like to thank Richard Jones for his incredible help and knowledge throughout the process. It would also not be possible without the hard work of our consultation, comms and democratic services officers, and my Vice Chair, Councillor Sue Aikenhead. The report recommends the creation of Broadstone Town Council, Poole Town Council and Bournemouth Town Council. It also recommends, with slight changes to some boundaries and wards, the continuation of the existing parish and town councils in the former boroughs of Christchurch and Bournemouth. I was disappointed with the number of responses that we received in the consultation. We received 1,866 responses from the public, which represented just under 0.5% of the population of BCP. This was despite leaflet drops from BCP Council in many households, education sessions with the public organised by councillors and democratic services, articles in the local newspaper, hundreds of social media posts by councillors and the general public, councillors knocking on doors with paper copies of the consultation, and leaflets from local political parties. This shows that the public are happy to leave this decision to their councillors based on what they believed to be the correct path for our towns. Nevertheless, the response has been very useful in helping us to improve the proposals into what you see before you. Based on the feedback from residents, we've reduced the number of proposed councillors. We've amended the number of councils being proposed due to concerns about residents' sense of identity around the borders of the previously proposed councils, and we've designed them to be as cost effective as possible. This is something we'll continue to keep in mind as a task and finish group should full council recommend the creation of town councils. It should be noted that proposals in front of you were not a unanimous decision. There was opposition in the group to create additional town councils. However, the task and finish group was unanimous in its desire to see the existing town and parish councils continuing on. I welcome further scrutiny from councillors this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. So as I explained at the beginning, the next thing that we'll be doing is inviting our guest speakers to address the board. We have Neil Wedge here, who is the Chief Executive of the Dorset Association of Parish and Town Councils. So, Mr. Wedge, would you like to come and sit in the up at the table for us? Thank you. And we also have online Jim Anderson, who is the Vice President of the Association of Charter Trustee Towns. I'm going to ask Neil to start to speak first. I understand Mr. Anderson is having some connectivity issues, so we'll see if we can sort those, and if not, we'll figure out what we're going to do at that point. I have a little bio here, if I'm going to read out. Neil is the Chief Executive, as I said, of the Dorset Association of Parish and Town Councils, which supports 160 member councils comprising 130 clerks and just under 1,500 councillors. Neil is a qualified clerk who relocated to Dorset in 2019 and is based in Dorchester. DAPTC is a member of the National Association of Local Councils. And it says we currently have 97% of local councils in membership. Is that an ALC or yourselves?
That is with ourselves.
Could I ask you to put your microphone on? Sorry.
That one?
Yeah. So, so your association currently has 97% of local councils in membership. That's the end of that.
Yes.
So, Mr. Wedge, over to you.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Just to explain a little bit about parish and town councils and our sort of operation and how we support them and help develop them. Dorset Council and BCP councils will be aware that you all receive training and support in your individual roles. We provide the similar level of support and expert advice for parish and town councils across the whole of the county. In our membership, we have approximately 155 parish and town councils in the Dorset Council area, and we have 5 existing within the BCP council area. Parish and town councils are statutory bodies. They have the ability to raise finance, and to answer one of the earlier questions from a member of the public, precepts are set annually, very much like the finance and budgeting for the larger authorities. They enter a process during the autumn and advise the principal authority of their requirements financially by the end of January, normally each year. It's slightly earlier in the BCP area. So they do often set 4 or 5 year plans. Very much depends on how they operate and how they function themselves and how big their operation is as a parish or town council. So effectively they look each year and at what their requirement is, and then they will set their individual financial requirement and advise the principal authority. So it's very much a year-on-year exercise that's taken place almost alongside those of the principal authorities. Parish and town councils have a number of discretionary powers, and that's a significant and important difference between a principal authority. So they can do a number of things, and they have legislation that helps support the services and activities that they undertake within their communities. If they have a qualified clerk and they have at least 2/3 of their councillors elected, they can operate the general power of competence, which gives them a little bit more commercial flexibility. That was put in place with the Localism Act in 2011. And that allows them to operate in a more commercial and individual way outside of some of their discretionary powers. So it gives them a bit more flexibility. Most importantly, parish and town councils represent local voices, and the part that they play and the gap that they sort of fill is particularly where possibly a unitary or principal authority can't respond to some local needs and variances that can't be applied by their principal authority. Across the country, there are well-known examples in many counties where services have been devolved to parish and town councils, where budgetary restrictions or challenges that the principal authority face has led them to actually devolve a number of services and activities. It's not happened across the entire country, but there are well-known examples, and Cornwall being one of them. It goes without saying that some parish and town councils are quite ambitious and will push their principal and unitary authorities to take on more responsibility at a local level, and others are quite happy to remain fairly passive and just undertake some statutory duties on a regular basis. It's very much about parish and town councils understanding the views and thoughts of their local community and then putting a plan in place and the finances to support those activities. One of the other things that can happen is that principal and unitary authorities can look to partner with parish and town councils. So where there is an opportunity or services can be provided in a different sort of way or structured in a different sort of way, there's an opportunity for the principal authorities to see parish and town councils very much as partner organisations and delivering specific activities where needs are required. Other than that, I think it's fairly sort of straightforward. The only other context I would sort of provide is that currently at the moment, with the talk of regional strategic authorities, up and down the country, there is a lot of discussion and debate around parish and town councils, and actually we are every other week we have a call with our national body, and there is a lot of debate and discussion, and it would appear that quite a few other principal authorities are considering the creation of parish and town councils, primarily driven by budgetary challenges, but also the need to make sure that local voices are heard. So it's an active scene at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wedge. I'm really grateful to you for coming to speak to us this evening. If it's all right with you, I'm going to ask the board if they have any questions that you might be able to help with the subject that we have in front of us tonight. So I can see Councillor Wright indicating.
Yeah, just wondered, of all your parish and town councils, has there been any set up recently or in the time that you've known where the majority of the public have overwhelmingly not wanted it, but it's been forced on them?
Not in Dorset, because the community governance review that was undertaken in the Dorset Council area, which is the most recent one that was done, was primarily to tidy up some boundary disputes and things from the 2019 local government reorganisation, where a few things were anomalies that weren't picked up or clarified at the time. So the creation of new parish councils hasn't happened in Dorset since Throop and Holdenhurst, which in this particular area is, is the most recent. The one thing I would sort of say to you about the consultation is that, and from my national discussions, is that sadly, this topic doesn't resonate very strongly with the public. Much in the same way, if you stop the average person on the street and ask them what the town council does, or in fact what the unitary council does for them, they often struggle to answer that question. It's a problem we have in terms of how they respond to and what they understand of the services that are provided through principal authorities and parish and town councils. I know from other community governance reviews that have been done nationally, the response levels invariably are very low. It's a common issue.
But you also said you were involved in a national body. Would you feel it being unusual nationally?
I think it's very much a decision for the principal authority politically to decide what's best for their communities and for their people, and particularly, one of the criticisms I would sort of probably level, and I'm not particularly suggesting this is BCP Council's issue because I think it's widespread, is that the unitary authorities don't think strategically about the challenges they face and how they could use parish and town councils. And in some counties, they have a high number of parish and town councils. In others, they have very low numbers. But I think actually, as a body, there is an opportunity for unitary councils to think about how they use these bodies who have got, powers that they can deploy to provide services, and probably some and powers that they can use to take some services off BCP Council, where in fact they might be difficult for you to provide, or you may face budgetary challenges. Parish and town councils do have the ability to raise money to fund some of these services. So I think there's a real opportunity that sometimes is overlooked.
Thank you. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could I just pick up this issue that's been raised about budgetary challenges? Because if I'm reading this right, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm not, it sounds to me very much as though the experience has been that services that the Unitary Council has previously been providing for residents are then ceased, and the town councils, in your experience across Dorset, have been picking them up to meet that budgetary challenge. So services that are being paid for by council taxpayers at the moment in their council tax bills are then precepted with an additional bill to pick up those services that the Unitary Council was previously providing. Am I right in taking that as what you're saying?
Probably some of the best examples to use were from the former district days, and this predates my time in Dorset, but North Dorset actually transferred quite a lot of assets and services through to their parish and town councils through financial difficulties. It was a necessity, and that's happened already significantly. But what happened is the district council stopped providing some of those services. So their budgets were removed, and it was picked up by the town councils. So, but that transition doesn't happen overnight. So, in some cases, there was some funding provided to enable that to happen. But then, effectively, the budgetary line, I assume, in the North Dorset District Council case would have been effectively removed. So, the transitional funding takes place to enable the transfer, but then actually the costs are picked up and run by the town council. And in the North Dorset case, there were quite a few of the towns picked up services. So there's quite a lot transferred. In other parts of Dorset, that hadn't happened in 2019. So it remains the case that in Dorset Council's case, they still hold some of those services, quite a lot of those services for parts of West Dorset, but parts of Purbeck and North, actually, they had a number of assets and services sort of transferred across.
Thank you. Were there any other questions that people had? I just had one, if I may. I wanted to see if you could comment on whether you would typically expect parish and town councillors to have, in terms of the number of people they represent, the electorate, how would you expect that to compare to an upper tier authority councillor in terms of the number of people in the electorate per councillor?
I think experience would tell me, and this is no great secret, so I'm quite happy to sort of share this, but attracting parish and town councillors, along with the awareness of what parish and town councils do, is a challenge. Finding people that will come forward and represent their community is at times difficult. And the view that we are putting forward, in fact, we've talked to Dorset Council, your sort of counterparts across the way, following a report that we produced, that actually the numbers of councillors representing parish and town councils should be lowered, because it looks like we're sort of have got some, I would say, some artificially high numbers. So I would always, if somebody was saying to me, you know, how would you approach this? I think many years ago, you'd probably say you want as many people to represent the community as possible. Now I would sort of say that needs to be a little bit more measured, and, you know, where we've had councils with 12 or 13 councillors on them, we would suggest that they have 8 or 9. It seems to be that, you know, it's better that we have some contested elections, because that helps them secure the general power of competence if they want to use that. So I haven't got a hard and fast figure, but I would just sort of say don't set the bar too high, because I think that then presents other challenges and other complications. And parish and town councils are a lot lighter touch in terms of governance and what they actually do. So, you know, I don't think they need to have high volume numbers of councillors to represent them. You know, they can operate on smaller numbers, but it still has to be, you know, in an ideal world, it needs to be representative of their community.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Councillor Macro.
Excuse me, Chair, I don't have a question to ask. Thank you, Neil, for what you've said. Is it permissible for photos to be taken during the meeting?
I don't know.
As long as it's not disrupting.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think then, if there aren't any further questions for Mr. Wedgell, thank you very much for coming to see us and to tell us about your work, the work that you do. We're very grateful for your time this evening. Thank you. And we're going to move on now. We have, as I said before, Jim Anderson with us online. I'm just going to ask for an update on whether or not Jim is able to speak to us, or do we need to come up with slightly different arrangements? I saw something on the chat that he was struggling.
Yeah, can we unmute Jim? You have to just give us a second so we can unmute him and see if we can hear him.
Apologies, just bear with us. We're trying to sort out the technical side. No.
I don't think Jim can unmute himself.
Okay.
And we are struggling to do it. That is what we're trying to figure out.
It looks as though we might have a technical hitch, but Mr. Anderson has sent some. He has sent some comments written, hasn't he, which we could share by reading them out.
Yeah, I think we're having trouble with the microphone.
Yeah. So I want to just say thank you, Mr. Anderson, for being here. And we see you, even though we can't hear you. And I think we're going to read what you have to share with us. Do you have that?
We do. Apologies.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for that.
Mr. Anderson has kindly provided a statement, so I will read that out on his behalf. It reads as follows. Mr. Anderson is the elected Vice President of the ACCT, the Association of Charter Trustee Towns and Charter Town Councils. I have a background in local politics, having served the community as a local councillor in a Nottinghamshire area district council, starting in 2002 and culminating in not seeking re-election in 2023. During that time, I have also served as a charter trustee in East Retford. It is always a challenge for borough and district councillors to weigh up the pros and cons that arrive with change. Many of you will know that large areas of England remain unparished, and for many years, two different local authorities exercise significant leverage over critical services, e.g. planning and housing, and often residents found it puzzling to identify the council to express their concerns. Unitary authorities eased this situation a little. The previous government made steps forward to bring local government reorganisation closer, but advising and then compelling neighbouring councils to work together for the common good is a challenge that might work better if issued from a pulpit. All three of your distinct BCP identities have much to be proud of, looking back over 1,000 years of history. Your job is to find a way of preserving the remarkable and distinctive traditions of the mayoral functions of your towns without antagonising your neighbours or costing your residents a disproportionately high tariff. What could be easier? Christchurch has already started, well done, and your questions to them will be especially relevant. From the late 1200s with John Lasham through to Councillor Vivian Charrett today, the mayoralty has been present to carry out the first-person responsibilities and service to the historic town of Christchurch. Christchurch will be able to tell you if parishing has or will transform the town, and like most retrospectives, they can look back and say, that was good, but it would have been better, even better if. Poole has a remarkable naval history and legacy, with its 150,000 plus residents, is second only to neighbours Bournemouth in population. You know your histories without me referring to them, and my aim tonight is to encourage you to study carefully what works well for other famous cities, and then make it work here in Dorset. Large towns and cities have sought parishing and succeeded, and preserved the dignity and distinctive pageantry of their mayoralty. Other large towns and cities have relied upon the existing councillors and retained charter trustees to let them focus on and deliver a top-class mayoralty. In a few places, the changes haven't worked quite so well. Charter trustees are responsible for choosing the mayor. The mayor has a solemn duty to represent your town to both residents and historic visitors, drawing upon the years of mayoral history, in some cases 777 years. That is what charter trustees do without any further alteration or introduction of a further group or tier of local elected persons. Please take the opportunity to have a look at the paper that you received earlier today. And if Mr. Anderson was able to speak, we would have been happy to take questions from everyone, but unfortunately, we do seem to have a technical issue, so sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Claire, for that. And thank you, Mr. Anderson, for sending those remarks through. I think, as Claire said, it is going to be challenging to ask you questions given the technology, but we really value your contribution and your attendance at the meeting this evening. So thank you very much. I think, therefore, we will move on to the next section of the structure of this evening, which, as I said at the beginning, is we're going to allow, I was hoping to keep it to 30 minutes for councillors, BCP councillors who are not on the board who would wish to speak to the board this evening. I have had, I've counted it a few times, I keep forgetting, I think 18 requests to speak. And I think we will therefore extend slightly to accommodate everybody being given 2 minutes to speak at this point. I will ask you to keep to those 2 minutes. I will be quite strict about that, so that we can move the meeting forward and get to the board's own discussions and debate. I'm going to call you to speak in the order in which I received the requests, and that the first person on my list. Oh no! Before I say that, the other thing is that I'm aware that some people wish to pose questions, using their time to pose questions. It may be that we what we'll do is if those questions are general to the whole topic, we may ask for a response at the end of everybody's speeches. If they're on specific sections, so if it's specific to pool, for example, we may hold those until we come to that part of the debate later on tonight. So, but please rest assured that if you have raised a question, we will come to it during the meeting, but it may not be immediately after you've asked it.
Sorry to interrupt. We are having trouble allowing anyone on the Teams call to use their microphone. So I'm going to just ask if we could pause and just remedy that before we move into this.
We have a technical problem with anybody speaking online, which is a problem. So are we going to take a brief adjournment while we sort that technical problem out?
Let's do that.
5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
on your life.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. We sorted a technical glitch. I think we now have everything working properly. So welcome back. I wanted to pick up where we left off. I'm going to invite people, councillors who are not members of the board who wish to speak to come forward and or to join us online and to say what they'd like to say. Each person has up to 2 minutes, and we are going to be quite strict about that time just to make sure we get through it. We'd have 18 people we know about who wish to speak. Before we go on, are there any councillors here who haven't already told me that they want to speak? No, good, right. In which case, I'm going to start with, we're going to go to people in the order in which we received the requests, and the first of those was Councillor Chapman-Law. Go ahead, Councillor Chapman-Law.
Good evening, Chair. We must allow Bournemouth, Poole, Broadstone the same benefits as Christchurch and others have. Other town and parish councils have done great things, provided or delivered youth centres in youth workers, cafes, sports pavilions, tennis courts, skate parks, football pitches, cafes, museums, Citizens Advice Bureau, theatres, splash parks, food festivals, art festivals, car parks, Remembrance and War Memorials, Bowls Club, tourist information centres, Christmas lights and festivals, play parks, CCTV, markets, community centres, allotments, and even a bar. They received hundreds of thousands of pounds in funding from the National Lottery, Natural England, Sports England, and the Community Grant to help pay for it all. That funding isn't available to a unitary authority. Also, they can generate their own income. This is the reason Christchurch Town Council have acquired the Waitrose car park. They can create their own bylaws and PSPOs to deal with ASB, etc. On the doorsteps and online, one thing that comes up again and again is that residents want their separate Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch councils back. Obviously, this is impossible, but town and parish councils give back some of that autonomy, plus community projects that a unitary simply cannot organise. In March 2022, Audit and Governance Committee, Councillor Butt praised town and parish councils, saying they were making an extremely important contribution. What changed, apart from the administration? So town and parish councils are everywhere. They are good for residents, and that is where our priorities must lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman-Law. Moving on next to Councillor Rampton. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Chair, committee members, I won't spend time telling you the percentages of the majority of residents who responded and rejected firmly the creation of town and parish councils for Bournemouth and Poole, as you know this already. Nor will I say much about the effect on communities such as my ward of Talbot and Branksome Woods, which would be split in two, one half in a Poole council and one in a Bournemouth council, causing division and inequality. You know this already. I'm here tonight to try and convince you of the serious consequences of recommending town and parish councils. I spent last weekend at a sheriff's convention and a very senior member of Poole Reform was there. Local reform are encouraged and emboldened by the recent by-election results in my ward. They are actively recruiting prospective councillors for town elections in 2026, which they see as giving them a platform for the local elections in 2027. Make no mistake, that given the level of opposition you face from the electorate, those of you who vote through town and parish councils, with respect, will be hugely unpopular in both 2026 and 27 local elections. Your actions will enable reform members, most of who will be entirely inexperienced and some with spurious motives, to run town councils and perhaps BCP council. Think not only of residents in your ward who are fiercely opposed, but of those who are minorities in our towns, who will rightly be worried, even afraid, of reform councillors making decisions on their behalf. I understand your motives might be to try and save services under threat. However, a far-right party like Reform in control, the effect is likely to be the opposite of what you intend. There are councillors on this committee who are aware of the reform risk, and they need to stand by their principles tonight and on the 14th of October. Please think of the consequences of your actions tonight, and please think very carefully before you take a vote tonight on your recommendations to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Moving on now to our next speaker is Councillor Challoner, who's online. If we can go to Councillor Challoner, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to reflect on this process to start with, in so much in tranche one, there was a very low level response, and yet because there were some lukewarm comments and some lukewarm responses, apparently that was enough to go forward to round two, in which actually there was a resounding no from those who responded. I mean, significantly a no. Now, we have been, as Conservatives, criticised for the literature that we distributed. And in fact, certain members of the administration, including cabinet members, have said that it contained lies. There were no lies, there were no wrong facts, and I would like one of those cabinet members to actually apologise for using that term, because actually every example we gave of the costs that are levied onto their residents of other town councils in the area are actually correct. You know, I mean, if you had a BBC verifying this council, they would back me up, and quite frankly, the cabinet members should have done the same. But then, you know, the BCP themselves have given no indication of the costs that are going to be levied onto our taxpayers, because they say they can't at this stage, but ultimately they will be picking up a tab, and a hefty one at that. Christchurch's council tax precept for their local council has actually gone up by 50% this year. Now, I think the administration need to be honest about what this is about. It is not about local democracy. It is not about allowing people to move forward and do things in their own area. It's actually about passing these services on to town councils, because they cannot run this council efficiently and therefore deliver the services that they are supposed to be delivering. However, having said all that, this whole process is nothing but a fait accompli. It's a bit of a charade, and it's a bit of an expensive tick box exercise. But I think, as Karen Rampton just said, sorry, Councillor Rampton has just said, you know, people will remember this. The councillors voting this through will be judged, and in 2027, they will lose their seats, because, quite frankly, the democracy of this town, these people of this town, do not like not being listened to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner. Can I just remind the meeting that this is a scrutiny session, and to try to keep the party politics to a minimum. That isn't the purpose of this evening's meeting. You will have your opportunity to score political points of each other in full council. Could we move on to Councillor Nonovo?
Thank you, Chair. I keep hearing that residents don't want town councils, but I disagree. Over 99% of residents did not respond to the consultation. That means that most have not objected. When I speak to people in my ward, once they understand what a town council can do and that it will not mean massive council tax increases, they are supportive. What our communities want is simple, clean streets, safe lighting, more benches, readable signs, and Christmas lights. Few realise that 80% of the council's budget goes on adult social care and children's services, with huge sums spent on SEND debt interest. With government funding cuts, there is little left for extras like play parks, libraries, splash parks, or community events. Community groups are left to fundraise or fold. The funding crisis is worsening every year. Non-statutory services, the very things that bring communities together, are the first to go. A town council could protect these and do a lot more. Currently, the Chartered Trustees of Bournemouth levy £2.40 per bandee household, raising approximately £150,000 annually. A Bournemouth Town Council charging £20 to £30 could raise £1.5 to £2 million. This would transform our town centre and fund valued services across Bournemouth. Talk alone will not improve our town centre. Action and investment will. A small precept could make a big difference. Bournemouth and Poole deserve what Christchurch and many other towns already have. And I urge everyone to support the proposed town councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nonovo. We're going back online now for Councillor Armstrong, please.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I strongly support local democracy and I believe that decisions should be made at the most local level possible. However, I do not see that principle reflected in this proposal. It has not emerged from grassroots engagement. It's very much a top-down initiative. The proposed Bournemouth Town Council area does not represent a natural community. Its size raises serious concerns that the voices of my residents in Eastcliff and Springbourne will be lost within it. Currently, the town centre receives no community infrastructure levy, SIL, funding due to its nil rating, a consequence of having no up-to-date local plan. Despite significant development, it will not generate SIL and will require targeted investment to address its unique challenges. And I am concerned that this will divert resources from other areas that have already experienced that development and cannot afford to wait for a local plan to gain a voice in planning decisions. For over 2 years, I've worked with residents proactively to future-proof my community in anticipation of the financial challenges facing local government. And so we have established an embryonic community-based governance structure, which includes a designated neighbourhood area, a forum constituted under the Localism Act, constituted community groups such as the Friends of Eastcliff and Springbourne. And we've done this all at no extra cost to residents. These structures have enabled us to attract over £103,000 worth of funding into our ward, which has supported extra bins, extra CCTV, play equipment, improvements to green spaces, voluntary support and community events. And I'm proud to report that I heard this week that ASB has been decreasing in our area. Importantly, more Eastcliff and Springbourne residents participated in our neighbourhood area consultation than in the CGR consultation. Our governance framework is already in place, and although it's still in the early stages, it deserves protection and respect. It needs to grow, and I fear that under a town council in Bournemouth that this would be overshadowed or lost. So finally, if BTC does proceed, and only if it does, I would urge you to support Eastcliff and Springbourne to be given the opportunity to establish its own community council if that's what residents wish. This council should reflect the designated neighbourhood area and align with the existing neighbourhood forum, ensuring continuity and local representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Moving now to Councillor Moriarty, who I think is in the room. Oh, she's already sitting down. Well done.
I'm already
Hello.
here. Yes.
Hello, Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here speaking today as the voice of the residents of Eastcliff and Springbourne, like Sarah Armstrong. And they are really fearful of being totally overlooked in the whole process. Less than 0.3% of Bournemouth itself actually voted in this consultation. A consultation is supposed to gauge public sentiment, identify local priorities and community concerns. And then this response rate actually can't be seen as a mandate. It's actually a huge big warning sign for us to stop. We're told that concerns about additional layers of bureaucracy, which have been voiced by residents, are based on a misunderstanding. I have to challenge this. I think it's disingenuous to suggest that a Bournemouth Town Council wouldn't introduce new complexity. Okay, technically we have 2 layers. We have Charter Trustees and the Principal Council, but these functions are not equivalent. The Charter Trustees don't require residents to vote for their residents. They don't ask residents to decide on the precept. They don't require regular decisions on which services will be delivered locally and which will not. These are significant responsibilities that a Bournemouth Town Council would introduce, responsibilities that would fall on residents' shoulders year after year, election cycle after election cycle. This isn't a minor difference, it's a huge fundamental shift. Residents of Eastcliff and Springbourne are worried that the council is determined to press ahead regardless of what they're saying. And what they're saying is that this is not what they want. The consultation responses were so minimal that we can't actually infer what people want from them. And I seriously challenge the fact that if people didn't do the consultation, then they are tacitly agreeing to it. I challenge that. If we're serious about listening, then actually we have to be honest about what we've heard. But crucially, we need to be honest about what we haven't actually heard. So please, I would ask you to pause and reconsider. We can't be just creating new structures for the sake of it or merely for financial reasons. We have to build a governance that actually has the will, reflects the will of the people of Bournemouth and specifically Eastcliff and Springbourne. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty. Moving now to Councillor Carr-Brown, who's online, I think.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, good evening. I didn't know how long I'd have, so I only have some notes to work from, so here we go. I'm speaking this evening on to reflect the views again of my area, and I'm only talking about what is going on in Bournemouth, and specifically for Queen's Park and Charminster, where there was no support for a parish council. There was no proposal made for my area, and we have already a thriving neighbourhood forum and neighbourhood area, similar to what Councillor Armstrong was talking about, where we've raised significant money. We're working very closely together through our local charity, and we've achieved a great deal in the last couple of years. And we've done this with a view to the whole ward. And if we go through with these proposals, we will actually see our ward split in two. And once again, this sort of this wonderful area of Bournemouth, Charminster, gets lost. We end up with sort of West Charminster somewhere, which is not an area that anybody I know recognises. And more importantly, I would add that the ratio of electorate to councillor for our area would actually double under the town council proposal, which, given that I was told one of the main drivers for this was increased democracy, bringing decisions closer to local people and better representation and decision making, I find astonishing that we would actually, in fact, I as a ward councillor would be more democratic, more local and closer to the people under this model. So I don't think that that really bears any kind of scrutiny. I agree with my colleague, Councillor Moriarty, that a lack of a response is not tacit agreement, not in anybody's world. And also in terms of the report, I find it strange that it seems to try to draw a parallel with these two layers of government between charter trustees and parish councils, when we're actually told they're very different things. So,
Councillor Carr-Brown, I apologise.
Yes.
You have had your 2 minutes.
Is that
If you
2
could
minutes?
just
I apologise.
complete your final thought.
No, that really is what I wanted to say, and I would urge this to be rejected for Bournemouth, please. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And then the next person on my list was Councillor Bartlett, who's advised that he no longer wishes to speak this evening. So we'll move on to Councillor Dalton Gibson, who
Thank you. We've already heard we must allow Bournemouth Pool to enjoy the same benefits as Christchurch. Indeed, we must. However, we must also listen to the residents. The thing that perturbs me most about this is the process, and that's what I want to look at most. If you look at paragraph 23 in the Constitution, it says all councillors will be entitled to inspect any document which is in the possession or under the control of the leader and or cabinet, including its committees and subcommittees, and contains material relating to any business to be transacted at a public meeting. Why were we not shared with that information? Okay, very clearly said. There is an exemption. Sorry, nearly missed that. It says, unless it contains confidential information. But you have to look up confidential information. What does it mean? 6.2, confidential information means information supplied or given to the council by a government department on terms which forbid its disclosure or which has been banned by an order of the court. Why did we not get this information? This whole process has been flawed from start to finish. We've heard about the first consultation and how few people supported it. We've then heard the second, and if you do the maths, actually, there were 99.9% of the residents did not support this proposal. 99.9% of residents. That is mathematically correct if you say there's less than 0.5% who voted in favour. We look across rural Dorset, they have very clear communities. They're very separate, Weymouth, Dorchester, they're not the same place. It's no problem dividing who's in Weymouth, who's in Dorchester. This is not true in BCP. I mean, I'm in the wonderful position. We already have 6 residents who live in Poole who have to drive through my ward west in Bournemouth to get to their houses. But this proposal will actually divide somebody's garden from their house. Fortunately, it'll have no material effect, but it goes to prove the point that you cannot arbitrarily chop this thing up in the way we're trying to do so. The failure to follow due process is going to leave this council open to jeopardy from judicial review. People don't like it. Clearly, they don't like it. You only have to look online, you'll see that. And that will cost the council a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton-Gibson. And there was a question in there which I'm sure that Councillor Waters has and Richard have taken note of to come to a bit later, if that's okay. So we're moving on now. Slight difference from the sheet that some people might have. I did have a request from Councillor Williams, which I'm going to take next. I think it was him. He was next in order. Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Much of what I was going to say has been said. I'm particularly upset and annoyed by the number of people I read daily on social media and in the newspapers that are not supporting having parish and town councils. I'm upset because my residents, who are my neighbours, I've lived in my ward for 45 years and I've been a councillor in both Bournemouth and BCP for 14 years, and I've never been in a position I'm in now where my residents say to me, what is happening to BCP Council? Why are they going down this road when it's clear that nobody wants it? As I said, much of what I wanted to say has been said. I would totally and absolutely not be in favour of a town council. I think we do a reasonably good job with what we have now in the way of the Chartered Trust for Bournemouth, which I'm very pleased to be a member of, and the Mayoralty runs the Chartered Trust along with the committee, and it works very well, and we do it for next to nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. The next person I have on my list is Councillor Dower, who I think is online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, okay, thank you. So good evening, Chair, committee members and fellow councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I come before you as someone deeply concerned about the direction being proposed by the LGR Task and Finish Group. Following the local government review, the recommendation to introduce town council across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole is now before us. But let us be clear, the recommendation does not reflect the will of the people. 99.9% of people did not get involved with it. You cannot, and I'm repeating what a lot of my fellow colleagues have said tonight, you cannot take that as tacit agreement. I'm not going to repeat the numbers again. I'll just give a couple. 76% of Bournemouth were against it. 80% of Red Hill against it. The consultation results were unequivocal. Residents overwhelmingly opposed the creation of town councils. They voiced their concerns about increased bureaucracy, unnecessary costs, and the fragmentation of local governance. Yet, despite this clear feedback, this recommendation has been put forward. I agree with a lot of what my colleagues said, in particular Councillor Armstrong. I'm here representing the ward of Kinson. And I listened to one of the speakers earlier who said that town councils would be there to be able to represent local voices. So how local would the voices of Bournemouth Town Council be? How would Kinson and West Howe be considered in that town council? Compare Kinson ward with Queen's Park Talbot wards. What wards do you think would get these improved services that we're talking about? The committee has a vital role here, not just to scrutinise, but to safeguard the integrity of our democratic processes. When residents speak, we must listen. When consultations are held, they must mean something. To ignore the results is to erode public trust in our institutions. So I urge you to...
No, go ahead. Just to say, you're at your 2 minutes, so apologies for cutting you off, but just do wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I urge you to vote against it. I speak on behalf of the residents of Kinston West Howe. These are residents who are communities that are overlooked by the council. Take, for example, the recent plan for play, which proposed removing more parks from our ward than almost any other in the conurbation, despite our high levels of deprivation and large number of young people to
Thank you, Councillor
on those
Dower.
spaces.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks.
Please vote against this. Thank you.
Moving on now
Right,
to
just warning you, should be
moving on now to Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to raise a concern about the way the CGR results were handled. The councillors were told that the results were confidential and were warned of consequences if they were shared, even that the disclosure could amount to a criminal offence. Yet when we look at our constitution, the position is quite clear. Part 4A, Rule 9.1 defines confidential information as information supplied by a government department under terms forbidding disclosure or information prohibited by law or a court. That does not apply here. Rule 9.2 lists the categories of exempt information, such as personal data, business affairs, legal privilege, or crime prevention. Again, none of those apply here. The idea of preventing outsider influence is not recognised in law or in constitution. Meanwhile, Rule 25 confirms that councillors are entitled to inspect council documents unless they genuinely contain confidential or exempt information. And Article 12 requires decisions to be taken lawfully, transparently, and on the best available evidence. It's clear to me that in seeking to hold back the CGR results, the task and the Finnish group risk undermining both councillor rights and public trust. Therefore, I would ask that this committee formally request a written explanation covering the following 2 points. On what grounds were the results classed as confidential, and what safeguards were put in place to ensure information is only withheld in line with the Constitution in the future?
Thank you, Councillor Slade. And a note that there was a question there, which we'll address as when we come back to it. Councillor Olivia Brown is the next person I have on my list.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I fully support the introduction of parish councils. Our unitary authority across BCP is vast. And while that structure does have its benefit, it often means that everyday things that matter most are overlooked. Playgrounds, youth services, skate parks, Christmas lights, community events, none of these are statutory, but all bring pride and connection to communities, helping them thrive. That's why parish councils do matter. They're not just another layer of government. They are local, they are democratic, and they can create a community that's empowered. I understand concerns about costs, and it's right we talk about them openly, but it is possible to keep costs low while still delivering real, tangible benefits. I take my role as a councillor and corporate parent very seriously, as you'll hear me say many times in council. I regularly meet young people who not only want, but also deserve a vibrant, well-funded area to be proud of. It is apparent that central governments, past and present, are intent on stripping these funds that are needed for this. Parish councils are one of the tools that will allow us to do it. They give local people the chance to choose investment in the things that matter most to them and to build pride, connection and resilience at the most local level. I will continue to advocate for parish councils because I want us to be ambitious, not about the services we should be providing, but about the communities that they will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Next, I have Councillor Adams, also online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Brilliant. I was the only councillor to vote against doing this review in the first place at full council, as I knew we'd end up in this exact position. Obviously, the administration have cooked up proposals and no one wants consulted on them, and they're going to force them through despite any opposition. And whatever you say at this board, obviously they're going to overturn it in cabinet. Those that are trying to force this through will inevitably say that it's a consultation, not a referendum. I know yourself, Chair, and others have done a lot of work with the consultation working group. The reason people have stopped caring or responding to these things is we know they won't listen. It's happened before, it's happening now. No matter how many working groups, task and finish groups, or happy friendship problem solving committees we have, continuing to completely disregard the views of residents like this and like we've done before will further render the use of future consultations as absolutely pointless. They'll also say, and we've heard, that there hasn't been that many responses. On balance, it's actually quite a well responded to council consultation, similar in numbers to the issues and options for the local plan. It has 30% more responses than the 25-26 budget consultation. So on that basis, I think it maybe puts it in the top 10 most responded to consultations in the council's history. And I'm sorry, the argument that if we don't have 50% of the population responding, so we can ignore them, is frankly just a load of rubbish. If you actually believe that, we should never ever do a consultation again, because the majority of people aren't going to respond to it. So we have to take the views as we've got them and not say, well, they've shut up, so we'll just do what we want anyway. We also heard in former meetings that everyone has these town and parish councils and we're missing out. Again, just not true. The House of Commons Library published some data in April that said less than 40% of the population live under these. So it's not the norm by definition. And we're also told that opposition to this is purely Tory misinformation. Many places didn't even get our leaflets and some got the Lib Dem ones. And the responses in all of those wards were still overwhelmingly against. If you're in a position where the Conservative group, members of the Labour group, and I think the Green group, so in a world where potentially Joe Salmon, George Farquhar and John Beasley all agree that something's a bad idea, then it probably is a bad idea unless someone spiked my cereal and I'm living in a dream world.
Councillor Adams, you've had your 2 minutes. Could you wrap up, please?
Okay, I'll just stop there then. That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Councillor Butt, who I believe is also online.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Chair members, I speak as an elected councillor for BCP Council, reflecting the results of this consultation. This committee is being asked to recommend the creation of parish and town councils. The single most important fact is that 74% of the respondents said no. Look at it the other way. If 74% had said yes, would anyone here dismiss it on the grounds that it was only 1% of the electorate who responded? Of course not. The process in itself is fundamentally flawed. It was sold to the public as a government requirement, when in fact it was entirely optional, a choice made by the leader of this council. Can a process built on a falsehood produce a legitimate outcome? The reasoning is also riddled with contradictions for pool. Speculative interest in standing as councillors was enough to prove viability for creating a pool town council, but for Redhill and Northwood, speculative disinterest was enough to prove the opposite. The same test applied both ways to reach opposite conclusions. That is irrational by definition. On top of this, there are clear breaches of the gunning principles. Residents were not given balanced information about costs, powers, or implications, so they could not make an informed choice. And the process was predetermined, the leader twice publicly declaring that councils would be created before results were published. Taken together, this process is unsafe, irrational, and open to judicial review. Finally, we are told parish and town councils represent local voices, yet the loudest local voice of 74% is saying no and is being ignored. If those voices don't count here, where will they count? Also, a large proportion of the members of the Scrutiny Committee also sit on the CGR Working Party, so now they are scrutinising their own decision, hardly coming to the table with clean hands for those councillors who supported this recommendation. For all these reasons, I urge the committee to reject all recommendations proposed for the creation of TCs for Broadstone Pool and Bournemouth. As residents have clearly spoken, they've said no, and it's about time that this council did what they claim they are doing and listen to their residents. Residents do not want bread and circuses. They want BCP Council to knuckle down and to work, to provide the services that residents are already paying for, not to be double taxed and pay for services twice. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Next it is Councillor Keddy, who is in the room.
Thank you, Chair. So I will be speaking for my residents in Queen's Park and Charminster. In Queen's Park, we already have a successful local governance model in the form of the Queen's Park and Charminster Neighbourhood Forum. I'd like to speak briefly about some of the things we've achieved in the last year. We have the Woodpecker Play Area that secured £75,000 of grant funding and will be leading the BCP Plan for Play regeneration when it reopens in a few weeks' time. The Queen's Park Wildlife Pond is getting essential works and is now getting a new viewing platform. Grant funding has kicked off youth football on a disused playing field. Volunteers have launched a community garden and a wildlife themed mural that has just been completed. Every green space within the Neighbourhood Forum area is receiving essential regeneration and repair. We have also just begun a consultation to secure funds for a second play park regeneration in the area. Now, over the past year, we have secured hundreds of thousands of pounds for community projects without having to lean on an extra layer of governance or increase council tax precept. We have been able to approach various grant funding opportunities, bid for them, secure them, and then create real, tangible projects within our community. Whichever way I looked at it, Bournemouth Town Council undermines our existing successful local governance. The forum will become defunct and absorbed into the Town Council. The 25% SIL uplift that would come from our neighbourhood plan being accepted would be pulled centrally. We would risk being on the periphery competing with 9 other wards for SIL funding. We have effective local governance. It has delivered hundreds of thousands of pounds of local investment. It does not require additional bureaucracy or council tax precept. I can't support a proposal that removes government at the most granular level.
Councillor Keddy, I'm afraid you've had 2 minutes.
I will conclude by saying I would ask members to consider this and to reject the recommendations under paragraph 181. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keddy. We are getting there, everybody. We have Councillor David Martin next on the list.
Thank you, Chair. As a parish councillor, I want to share my experience and just how valuable these councils can be, giving local residents the ability to decide what's best for the area and how funds are spent. We know the reality of the financial position, which is increasingly uncertain. Parish and town councils can step in to make a real difference. For ours, this includes maintaining a sports pavilion and football pitches used by hundreds of young people each year, allotments that many residents enjoy. We funded music, arts, food festivals that not only locals attend, but bring thousands of welcome visitors to our community and give local business a real boost. Add to that High Street and Cliff Path infrastructure improvements, play parks, green spaces, CCTV, and yes, Christmas lights, all of which play a vital role in creating a vibrant and inclusive place to live. We're not subject to the budget pressures of unitary authorities, which means local assets are held safely in community hands. We are volunteer councillors. Everything we do is delivered at an incredibly low precept, £32 per annum per household for Band D, £21 per annum per household for Band A. These councils do add an additional layer, but I'm telling you from my experience, this does bring decision making closer to the people. Creates a direct point of contact, making it easier for residents to raise issues by attending local meetings and having their say in what happens where they live. When run appropriately and professionally, their impact in shaping local communities is powerful. Residents across the conurbation should have the chance to benefit from what parish and town councils already provide in areas where they exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Next we have Councillor Dove online.
Thank you, and I have 2 questions, please. So at the previous CGR meeting, Councillor Gavin Wright ascertained that the cost of these elections for parish town councils would be borne by the town councils, and therefore they would be in debt before they've even been set up. At the time, there were no costings, but given that over 10 days have passed, we'd like to know, therefore, what will be the cost of running these elections, and across those 3, should they go ahead, across those 3 town councils, what will be the costs attributed to each of those councils? And then secondly, given that the Lib Dems are purporting that the cost could be the price of a cup of coffee per week, Councillor Sidaway, or £20 a month, Councillor Novo, how long will it take for the election costs to be paid off? What's the payment terms that this council have considered, given that obviously it'll have to be budgeted for within the next year's budget? Will it be paid back in one term, or will it be paid back over a series of years? I'd like to know this because if you look just solely at Christchurch Town Council, they have to raise over £300,000 just in overheads before they start to deliver any services. And these town councils, which are purporting to deliver so much for so little, will be in debt and yet we have no idea how much this debt will be and how we will be paying for it. And as BCP councillors, neither do we have any idea about how much the outlay will be to run these elections and over what period this will be paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dove, and the questions that you've asked, and I know are noted. Thank you. And our last speaker, I think, this evening is in this section is Councillor Farr, who I believe is also online.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Hope you can hear me and see me clearly.
Yes, we can.
I have prepared a little something. It is my observation that there is no mandate for the creation of new town councils in Bournemouth and Poole, adding an additional layer of bureaucracy and requiring a new set of costly elections to elect new councillors. I'd like to know where the idea of creating a brand new Bournemouth Town Council originated from, because to be honest, none of my residents in Kingston and West Howe ever raised the issue with me. They just expect to receive the services they pay for their council tax to BCP Council, and that be that. To the best of my knowledge, there was no campaign by a grassroots group calling for it. All I'm aware of are a few brief words noted on a Liberal Democrat leaflet back in 2023, mentioning intentions of working with parish councils. The results of the consultation from Bournemouth and Poole residents confirms there is no enthusiasm for these proposed councils. In fact, an overwhelming majority responding are against. Boscombe, 82% against. Bournemouth, 76% against. Broadstone, 67% against. Poole, 65% against. Redhill, an astounding 80% against. And then lastly, Southbourne, 74% against. Considering these results, why are the Liberal Democrats and their alliance partners determined to push through with this top-down, seemingly predetermined decision? Ah, I hear you say, but a consultation is not a referendum. Well, put it to the people. Use the 2027 local elections as an opportunity for referendums on town council proposals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farr, and that concludes the speakers who are not members of the board. I would like to allow a brief opportunity at this point for Councillor Walters and Richard Jones, if they wish to respond to questions or comments that were made in this section, if you wish.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to let Richard go first for the questions regarding confidentiality and election costs. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. So Procedure Rule 25 was quoted from Part 4A of the Constitution. This relates to information held by the leader, cabinet or its committees and subcommittees. The Task and Finish Group was appointed by council and not cabinet, and therefore Rule 25 does not apply. However, even if Rule 25 did apply, Rule 25.2 excludes information available only in draft form. The provisions relating to confidential and exempt information that was quoted applies only to public meetings convened under the 1972 Act. These provisions do not therefore apply to Task and Finish groups which are not public meetings. It's a fundamental principle that all Task and Finish groups must be able to have free and frank discussions, to consider all material factors, and to have space to develop policy direction. The draft results for the consultation also contained personal identifiers which had to be redacted and have been redacted in your papers for this evening. It is therefore for these reasons that councillors were advised that the draft results and the deliberations of the Task and Finish Group could not be disclosed.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Walters, did you want to, oh, sorry.
I was just going to cover the council tax element and the election costs.
Okay.
So following the final meeting of the Task and Finish Group where the final recommendations were drawn up, I could then propose those wards, numbers of councillors to our elections team, who have developed some draft estimates for the costs for May 2026 for each of the respective areas. So for Broadstone, it would be 36,700, Poole 412,900, and Bournemouth 483,900. It's not possible at this stage to calculate the exact council tax impact for each respective area, as this requires a recalculation of the tax base for each of those areas, and that's a complex calculation that needs to take place and will be carried out if council approves the recommendations. However, we can apply the combined tax base for both the existing Poole and Bournemouth charter trustee areas, because we know that figure. So we can apply that to the total cost of running those elections. Dividing the total cost of the elections by the total tax base, the estimated charge at a Bandy property will therefore be £7.20 for the first year to run those elections. This would be recovered over the duration of the first year by BCP, so the new councils would not be in deficit. BCP would fund that up front and then recoup that from the collection of council tax.
Thank you very much. I think we can hold your question for a moment, Councillor Beasley. Sorry.
Chair, it was only to ask if Democratic Services could circulate the figures that Mr. Jones has given to members of the board, please.
Okay. Is that okay? Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, we can. Okay, thank you. Councillor Walters, did you want to come in?
Thank you. There's a lot to kind of sum up there, so please bear with me. But one thing to add to the cost of the elections would be that that's only for the cost of the first election. So in the future, when elections are being run at the same time between BCP and those town councils, the cost would be significantly less. Okay, so Councillor Rampton mentioned reform. Reform are creating parish and town councils in areas they already run due to LGR. Their leader in Warwickshire has said that he would like to see areas such as Nuneaton and Bedworth given their own town councils. In terms of your ward being split, that existed when the borough councils did. Councillor Challoner said that there were no lies in the leaflet. There was one that we know for sure. They claimed that there was a secret plan to increase council tax. Where's the secret? We've had full council meetings, ONS, cabinet, sessions with the public, leaflets, and the consultation itself said that there would be a precept that residents would have to pay. There is no secret there. So there was at least one lie. Councillor Challoner also wrote a letter to Sajid Javid supporting the future Dorset plans that created the current BCP and Dorset councils. In that, he said he fully supports the plans from future Dorset. However, those plans stated future Dorset would embrace proposals for any other new town and parish councils in this area. What changed? Councillor Armstrong, you mentioned neighbourhood forum. A town council would have the resources to ensure neighbourhood plans are respected, would have the budget to create more neighbourhood plans now the government grant has been cut. The town centre could be better funded by the precept and still funding can still be designated to residents' associations. Future community councils are welcome and can be split out from any created town council with a petition. We very much welcome that. Councillor Carr-Brown, you mentioned Charminster is now split, but it's now named an award, which is something that doesn't actually exist in BCP. So it's actually further identified now in the local area. No one is claiming that lack of response is tacit agreement, but it does mean that it's up to elected representatives to make a decision that they believe is best. Councillor Dalton Gibson, you mentioned online people don't want it. Social media is a bubble that confirms your own bias. However, the Task and Finish group invited councillors to speak and share more than most working groups have done in the past. The inputs from councillors who came along and were constructive, like yourself, was invaluable in improving these proposals. Councillor Dower, Kinston and West Howe, what say would they have in BTC? More than they currently get as a ward in 3 towns. Councillor Adams, 40% of the population of the UK don't live under town and parish councils. True, however, councils of all colours, Labour, Reform and Conservatives are all introducing town and parish councils in their areas due to LGR. There will be thousands more in the next few years. Councillor Kenny, you've achieved incredible things with your neighbourhood forum. If you turn it into a residents' association, you could still do those things and get additional funding from a future town council precept. Not every area has one now, and in terms of neighbourhood plans and neighbourhood forums, and the government grant has been cut, so they can't have more. Town councils could fill that gap and fund it. Councillor Farr, you mentioned having an election, leaving it to 2027. We had an election in 2023. We won it, and part of our manifesto was to start the process to create town and community councils. I think that was everything that needed to be responded to.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I am just reviewing what I noted down in terms of questions, and I think that did cover the questions that were raised. So thank you very much for those responses. So we're going to move on now for an opportunity for members of the board to raise any questions or general points that they would like to raise around the whole report. If I can ask you to hold any specific points that are relating to individual recommendations, as we talked about, we're going to take them in sections in a moment. But if there's anything general that you wanted to raise, and actually, although I said we would leave it to the end, Councillor Canavan, if you wanted to raise your concerns around recommendation C at this point, because that is applicable to the whole report, then that would be acceptable. Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to formally move the removal of paragraph C in the recommendation, and I'll try and explain why I'm doing that. So this recommendation says that the task and finish group can continue to consider the transfer of civic and ceremonial assets. It's nothing to do with the task and finish group. In fact, I'll go as far as saying it's nothing to do with BCP Council either. Civic and ceremonial assets are the property of the Charter Trustees. You cannot take, legally, you cannot take that responsibility away from them. And in terms of setting the precept, the Charter Trustees already sets a precept. So it is probably best placed to determine what any new precept should be. So the task and finish group don't need to do that. The recommendation goes on to say that it would consider the transfer of statutory services. So let me say, as the chair of Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I don't want you to transfer statutory services. You don't deserve to have statutory services, frankly. And also it talks about, then goes on to say, based on a minimal transfer and precept. So you're already determining what that precept is going to be. So the point that Councillor Novo talked about earlier about the level of towns, the level of precept that can make a difference. Frankly, that level of precept will not touch the sides of the problems that Bournemouth faces. So a few days ago, I had the opportunity of speaking to somebody from the Association of the National Association of Local Councils, forgive me, who indicated that their model for town councils and what they can do potentially was Falmouth. Falmouth's precept is £444 a year. So the levels that have been talked about are frankly just ridiculous. If you're seriously talking about making a difference, which a number of colleagues have indicated, that is the level of precept that you're going to have to charge. And frankly, the ward that I represent could not possibly afford that level of payment. So I don't think the task and finish group is in any position, legally or statutorily or even logically, for it to be tasked with finishing that group, with finishing that sort of work. And the clue's in the name, as far as I'm concerned. Task and finish group, it's finished. End of story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Canavan. I recognise that you've formally moved a proposal there, but I wonder if we could just give Richard Jones and Councillor Walters a chance to respond. I certainly would like some clarification around, you know, some of the things that were said there around the process and whose responsibility it is to do these next steps. So if you wouldn't mind addressing those.
So I'm just going to mention the statutory services. I think you've misunderstood. We're not talking about passing over BCP statutory services to these councils. The only statutory service we're talking about is allotments. It's in the content of the report. Regarding the next steps, so yeah, the next steps would be that the task and finish group would come together to work out a proposed budget for those town councils. Obviously, we don't know what those precepts might be until we know that they're going to exist, and what we might recommend that they take on. Those parish and town councils can turn around and say, no, we don't want to do those things. So it's just a finishing off. It's the sort of things where we would talk about, do we need to hire a clerk? Do we need to make sure that they're all set up properly to be able to support themselves. That's the grand total of the work that we'd be doing. Richard, have you got anything else to add?
Through you, Chair, if I may, if I can refer Councillor Canavan to paragraphs 25 to 27 of the report on page 17, that explains that it is only relating to the allotments as the statutory services. It goes on to talk about the civic regalia and other aspects. I think in relation to that recommendation, I do take the point. It does sort of imply around the agreeing the transfer of assets. It's actually in relation to the budget setting, though. So it's about setting the anticipated budget requirements, which is a responsibility of BCP Council. It is the billing authority that must set that anticipated amount. So I don't think it is a function of the Charter Trustees. They could certainly have some input into that. But I think in relation to that recommendation, it is around the ensuring that all the relevant assets of the Charter Trustees are included in the schedule, that we do transfer and identify the allotment sites which must be transferred by law, and then identifying the anticipated amount that's required. I think if I can just come back in relation to the Falmouth figure that was given, because just to put that into context, and forgive me, I didn't get the exact number, but it was around 420. I think 444. If we were to apply that across the tax base of of Bournemouth and Poole, as we currently have it, that would raise in excess of £57 million. Just to put that into context, I think Falmouth is clearly a smaller area. It has a lower tax base. There is no way, clearly, you will be looking to spend that sort of money with the tax base that you have across the Bournemouth and Poole areas.
And just so no one runs off and says that we're going to suggest that precept, that's absolutely not the case. It would be probably more than 10 times what we would recommend.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone else want to just come in on that the proposal that Councillor Canavan has put forward about that? We might do. I just wanted to have a little bit of discussion before we move to, Councillor Debnam.
I'd just like to have clarification on Councillor Canavan's statement that the Charter Trustees own, I think it was, or are in charge of the regalia which cannot be transferred, because I don't see it as that. If you're saying that the mace and things like that couldn't be transferred, is that what Councillor Canavan means, that cannot be transferred? It belongs to the Charter Trustees. Is that what was meant?
Maybe Councillor Canavan could clarify. Oh, Councillor Canavan, could you put your microphone on?
I'm saying it's the property of the Charter Trustees. Therefore, Task and Finish Group is in no position to transfer that asset.
Okay, Richard, would you like to?
Chair, if I may.
Help
So if the recommendations as they are set out in the report were approved by Council, that would result in the abolition of the Charter Trustees from the 31st of March 2026. It is essential, therefore, that those assets are transferred, and the normal process would be that because Charter Trustees are set up normally for a temporary purpose, as an interim between Charter Trustees and Town and Parish Councils. That's not always the case. There are some that, as you've heard before, have gone on for some considerable time. But it would be absolutely essential that the regalia, the coat of arms, the ancient charters are all transferred over to a relevant body, as we did when we abolished Christchurch Borough Council and established the Town Council. They were transferred over to the Town Council and they took custody of the immoral bearings and everything else. So it is an essential process that we must follow to transfer those assets from the Charter Trustees to the respective bodies. And in truth, that would be the Bournemouth Town Council and Poole Town Council. There may be some assets that might be branded Broadstone, but that's probably very minimal in terms of the assets that are held by Poole.
Thank you. And did I see you indicate, Councillor Trent?
Yes, Chair. It's just really to point out the thing about the civic regalia and the transfer. The Charter Trustees were created as a stopgap home pending a community governance review, which didn't happen until now. But charter trustees themselves, and I know there are some towns, and if the gentleman had been able to speak from the Association of Charter Trustee Towns, he would have put the case that some charter trustee towns want to maintain the charter trust, although their numbers are dwindling. But they are themselves, and I wrote 2 letters today supporting their call for a meeting with the government minister, because they are worried about their situation and the level of support and what their rights and responsibilities are. And they haven't even gone through the King's Council advice that we got, which basically said that half of what we've been doing and half of the things we've been supporting as charter trustees in Poole, we can't actually legally do. That was a huge shock to the system a year ago. And quite frankly, it made me more determined that perhaps we should go down this road. You know, it almost seems like the only place in town, but I'm still trying to get support for the idea of the Association of Charter Trustee Towns to actually meet with the government minister. You know, because it's not all sweetness and light, but effectively they have been a temporary holding place and the town council would be the permanent holding place, but if it went ahead. But and I would see that the role of the task and finish group still exists and would still exist, and because of the learning that process that they've gone through over the last several months, then they would be in the best position to sort of work through the system in consultation, I think, with the charter trustees and others, because, you know, I think charter trustees have an experience about, well, this is how much it's been, you know, costing to look after the town and its history. So so I think see if the process gets past the full council meeting, then C may be relevant, but without that, C is totally the right way to go. So I would oppose any proposal to scrub C from the recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Walters, did you want to respond to that point?
Just to say, you know, we would absolutely consult with the Charter Trustees about what they thought was best. And just to add that this amendment would effectively break the process, and even if you disagree with the creation of town councils, you should probably want them to be created properly. So this would stop that from happening.
Thank you. Councillor Beasley, you were indicating.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I think what this highlights, and I would refer back to the paragraph that we were looking at a moment ago, which I think is paragraph 25. And I think what this underlines is the uncertainty and the concerns about the level of precept. That's what it all comes back to at the end. So the issue of statutory services, I accept what Mr. Jones tells us, that it only applies to allotments, but it may not apply just to allotments in the future. And what we are doing is proposing, the administration is proposing to set up town councils, and I'll dwell on Bournemouth Town Council and Poole Town Council, because they will be among, if not the biggest, 2 town councils in the country. So this issue of scale indicates that the level of precept and the services that they then adopt, we cannot possibly imagine at this stage, and therefore the concerns over the level of precept naturally follow. So I think what Councillor Canavan is probably also alluding to there is there are other statutory services, such as, say, libraries, which are currently a statutory service for the unitary authority, which may shift in the same direction, the same as some of the hefty services that are itemised in paragraph 25. So if you take all of that into account, I then get very concerned about the task and finish group, its level of governance and responsibility and accountability. And this isn't a criticism of officers, nor indeed of the chair of the task and finish group, but members of that task and finish group will know how uncomfortable I have been about parts of the decision-making process leading to the recommendations. And I think I would be more concerned, even so, about some of these other issues that may come forward to it in the future. So I really think that needs to be flagged up here and now. It's clear to me that this is going to be forced through Cabinet and Council, and if that is the case, then the Task and Finish group will be delving into yet more work about which there is very little experience and data, and we may find ourselves setting something up in a manner that is not suitable for the future and actually will become something that will be even more regrettable than I think the current proposals may turn out to be.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beasley. I think Councillor Walters wanted to come in.
In regard to statutory services being passed over, so that a statutory service is a service that BCP has to offer. If a town council at some point is told by BCP, you have to take this, they can say no, and legally BCP still has to offer it because it's a statutory service. In regards to the precepts, we don't see the size of the town council leading to larger amounts of a precept. We see it leading to lesser amounts of a precept because you get a much larger group of people putting money into a pot that can then be spent. These new town councils don't have to take on anything that they don't want to take on. It might be a few additional things here and there, and that could be the end of it. And even then, those are things we can't offer now, and these are things that residents would love to have. So it's entirely up to them.
Okay, thank you. We have a proposal from Councillor Canavan. Councillor Martin.
Sorry, Chair. It's just so obviously we're going to have to move at pace for all this. So what is the timeline for obviously the group to get together and to decide this, and then obviously if this all passes and then the report is produced, that means that obviously you said here if C gets removed tonight, then that would almost be like a reckon motion. And then so we'll have a showdown on the 14th of October at full council, and then once this report's produced and goes to full council, that means there'll be like another showdown. So we'll have it all over again, will we?
I believe the Task and Finish group would be given the ability to do this. They wouldn't need to go back to full council again. It will. Clarify, please, Richard.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, it's quick. So just refer members to paragraph 192 of the report, page 83. The timeline would be we are required, parish and town councils, I think you heard from Neil Wedge earlier on, aim to determine their preset requirements by the end of January. We don't have a council meeting in January, so we would look to convene the Task and Finish group and develop the anticipated budget requirements by to report to council on the 9th of December. So that would when it would go back to council on the 9th of December, and that would purely be to set the anticipated amount that's required for the budget. If we can't meet that timeline, then it may be necessary to have another meeting in January, but I think that is a reasonable timeline to meet the 9th of December council meeting.
Thank you. Do you want to come back in, Councillor Martin?
But just to confirm, that would be, so again, if full council accepted the councils, but then come December or special meeting in January, the precept was completely just felt unpalatable and tenable to councillors, then it would be, again, this whole process would finish at that point.
Through you, Chair, it's a legal requirement for BCP as the billing authority to set the anticipated amount for the new council. If council was not happy with that level of council tax that was, or the level of precept that was being set, we would still have until the end of January to rectify that and come back probably to an extraordinary meeting of council to do that. But council would need, as it does for our council tax, and we need to set our precept and our budget, and it would be the same obligation to do that by the end of January.
Okay, thank you. So we have a proposal to not to support recommendation C, I believe. Is that correct, Councillor Canavan? That's your proposal, is that we would
to remove recommendation C.
To recommend to Cabinet not to adopt recommendation C. That's our role here.
Not to recommend.
Yeah, that's right. Not to recommend. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Beasley. Okay. Have we had enough discussion? I think we probably have. So could we see all those in favour of removing recommendation C?
That's 1, 2, 3 in favour.
And all those against?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against.
Okay, so that proposal doesn't.
Abstentions.
Oh, sorry, abstentions.
Two
Two.
abstentions.
So that proposal doesn't go through. Do we have any further questions or points on the report as a whole, or can we move now to the first section of proposals? Councillor Waite.
I'll make a general comment just to say that I appreciate the direction that this is taken from the original drafts. It's not ever going to be possible to satisfy everyone. There to think with the reduction in the number of councillors, boundaries are going to be contentious, whatever you do, but it gives a starting point. I think charter trustees are not fit for purpose. They're going to have to go. So this is, sort of basic level to that we then need the public to then help us go from here with as the years go on. So that is the basis on which I'm welcoming it.
Okay, thank you. Anything further that anybody wanted to raise at this point? In which case I'm going to suggest that we move on now to look specifically at the recommendations A to E, which are those relating to the existing parish and town councils within BCP. So that is the Christchurch Town Council, Burton and Winkton, Highcliffe and Watford, and Ruth and Holdenhurst. And I'm forgetting something. I said that. I said Christchurch at the beginning. Am I forgetting one? I am. Did you say Herne? And Herne. I knew I was forgetting one. There we go. So I think if we could try to structure our each section as any questions for clarification that we need around these. If there are none of those, then any points in debate that we want to have, anything particular that people want to comment before moving to whether or not we would support the recommendations. If that makes sense. So does anyone first of all have any questions around any of those parts that they would like to ask either Councillor Walters or Richard Jones? I have one question, which I wrote about 3 hours ago and therefore have forgotten. I was interested in the recommendation for Christchurch Town Council that not to reduce the number of councillors. I noted the responses to the consultation were roughly equal numbers for and against on that issue, and that the evidence was presented that there were uncontested elections in 2023. So I wondered what it would have taken to decide that actually maybe the number of Christchurch Town councillors should be reduced, because as it stands, the ratio of Christchurch is going to be of electors to councillors is going to be a lot lower should Bournemouth and Poole be established than Bournemouth and Poole.
So we consulted with all of the existing town and parish councils. They gave us the changes that they've requested, and we felt that they know their areas better than we do, so we left it to them to make those decisions, or to help us make our decisions.
Okay, thank you. So does anyone else have any questions or comments on this section? Councillor Devon.
Yes, it's really a comment that what we went through with the responses and what has been decided about. I know that Highcliffe wanted a bit of a change, which I think is contained in the report. I don't actually have it in front of me, but all the changes that were put to us, and I think there was one in Herne and Christchurch, those were put by the parish and town councils. And I'd just like to point out that it means that if we don't get it quite right this time, I say we as a sort of general BCP council, there is scope for things to be put right at a later date. So in other words, I think it was Highcliffe didn't there was a split down one road, and they thought that was a bit something that we had agreed at the borough council, and then Highcliffe parish council didn't like it. So it means that this is not set in stone, that the parishes can change if and when they want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devon. Did you want to respond on that, Councillor?
Just to say that there was some negotiations between the town and parish councils as to which areas that they would like to see transferred, wouldn't like to see transferred, and actually it was all quite nice and amicable in the end because they all came to an agreement.
Okay, great. Anyone else wanted to come in on that? I suppose my comment on this would be that it was very noticeable that the proportion of responses to these proposals that did appear to be from people who are unaware that the councils already existed. And that really did bring into question for me the extent to which we can rely on the consultation responses to aid sensible decision making. I did particularly like the line in the report that says the parish of Herne is an ancient parish established in 1894, for those who said that it shouldn't be established at all. I also thought it was a bit silly that apparently none of the existing 6 parish councillors of Herne, some of whom presumably live in the parish, responded to the consultation. So I did think that this first section did expose some problems, let's say, with the consultation. Yes.
Just to say, those councillors did speak to the Task and Finish group through their chair and clerk, so they did get involved. And you are right, there were a lot of comments on this that the comments clearly commented on every single suggestion that was put forwards, and they were saying things along the lines of, please don't create, parishes that have been around for 100 and so years. They were saying we don't want to pay councillors pensions, we don't get pensions. So some of the misinformation that was commented on there, if Highcliffe and Walkerville was a really, really good example of the misinformation that was in there. These people have come into every single proposal and with the same level of misinformation. Those ones specifically, I'm not saying everyone involved in it, those ones specifically. So there is questions about those responses.
Indeed. That all said, I personally don't see any issue with accepting the recommendation that that's put forward in the paper around these existing parish councils. There are some minor changes that seem to be well reasoned out to me, so I'd like to propose that we would support the recommendations in this first section. Would anyone be able to second that? Okay, Councillor Waite, I'll take you as a seconder. So, did anyone want to say anything further at this stage, or would we be able to vote? Okay, could I ask to see all those in favour of accepting the recommendations in this section?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favour.
And all those against? Any abstentions?
1, 2, 3, 4 abstentions.
4 abstentions. Okay, thank you very much. That we can move on then to the next section, which it relates to the establishment or the proposal to establish a Broadstone Town Council. So, Councillor Walters, would you like to very briefly outline the proposals at this point, and then we can move into questions?
Great. So the original proposals that we put forward had 4 wards. We got lots of comments about one of the wards being named Clump Ward. People didn't seem to like that. I thought it was quite jovial, but we've now brought it down to Broadstone West and Broadstone East with 4 councillors on either side. We felt that was an easier way to get to the correct variance without maybe having so many wards. We supported this proposal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. So does the board have any questions about this section? Councillor Canavan.
I wonder if you could just explain to me the logic of creating a separate parish council for Broadstone and not including it within the broader town council of Poole.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is a question that I've thought over because obviously we were strongly considering Southbourne as an alternative council. The problem with Southbourne was that we asked residents where they felt like they were represented, where they felt like they lived, and there was a large amount of people in Southbourne. Well, that say they live in Southbourne, that they live in Boscombe, or in some cases Thistledown and Iford, or in one case I think it was Bournemouth town centre. It was a very contentious border, and we felt like it would be easier to include that as part of Bournemouth rather than try and pull all of those people into a different area. We felt that that problem was not found in Broadstone. There were a few people in Waterloo who asked to be part of it, but it wasn't as much as the people in Boscombe and Little Down and Iford who asked to be part of Southbourne.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on this one? I had just check my notes again. Apologies. So yeah, my question on this at this point was the looking at the responses to the consultation, which this report does really invite us to focus on. Although we have already talked about the limitations and the different views there are around that, I understand that. There doesn't seem to me in the report any reference to the fact that overall there were more respondents within Broadstone, people who lived within the boundaries of the proposed Broadstone Town Council, who were against the idea of establishing a town council than there were for it. It would be helpful to have a little bit more commentary on why in the end the recommendation was to go forwards with the town council, given that that's the sort of principal bit of evidence that we're given within the report. Thank you.
Yeah. So with regards to the number of people, yeah, we considered that we used those comments to change the proposals, but we felt that Broadstone would be better off with a town council to represent its local interests, because it does identify within itself a lot stronger than other areas of Poole. That was kind of the main consideration that we had there, that we felt that local residents would get more from having a town council than they wouldn't, despite the responses that we got.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any other questions? Or yes, Councillor Beasley and then Councillor Trent.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, my guiding principle throughout the task and finish process has been about question A in each particular category, and that is the number of respondents who agree or disagree, in this case to a parish of Broadstone being established, and in being consistent, which I think is quite important in this context, the task and finish group spent the vast majority of its time going through those consultation results, and they are multi-led, and yet then the whole of that process is being diminished because we're being told it's just representing 0.5% of the residents. Well, to my mind, you can't really have it both ways. If the consultation was a proper consultation and it failed because it didn't get the necessary number of respondents, and clearly that argument is going to be used here under question A in Broadstone, then that isn't the fault of the residents who participated, put forward lots of data from their perspective, which we spent, I would suggest, probably 60% of our time on the task and finish group talking about and looking at, and then just to dismiss it does really not seem to be equitable as far as those respondents are concerned. And for me, the driving force is always the residents. So the fact that so few as a total out of the population responded is immaterial. The fact is the council set up the consultation, and it's for the council to then listen to that, because if the consultation was faulty, was flawed, or was actually a failure, then that is not the fault of the residents. And I'll say one other thing in this context. We heard at the beginning of this meeting representations from the Southbourne Forum, from the Queen's Park Community Forum, and from Harold Seckham in the Boscombe Forum. And I'm familiar with those and the work that they do, going back to Bournemouth Council. And I have to say, there were some very strong points being made there about the validity and results of the work that they do in the community. These proposals are not community-based, though. These proposals are anything but community-based. And if we're going to be consistent, and we're looking here at Broadstone setting up its own council, then why, given the infrastructure we've already got in the three places, the three wards that I've just mentioned, why are we dismissing that? It's totally inconsistent. And we are throwing away years and years of community involvement and hard work at a stroke, and then saying, well, we the council know best, and we will provide those within a Greater Bournemouth Town Council. That's what we're saying. And those will be subsumed into it. And all of that will be lost. So that community involvement goes, yet in Broadstone, we're saying something quite different. I don't get it. I do not understand it. And I'm pretty sure, actually, that the residents who we are there to represent won't get it either.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beasley. And Councillor Walters.
Just to say, as I mentioned, the identification with Broadstone was a lot stronger in terms of within the borders. That's why it was easy to create. In Southbourne, that was nigh on impossible. And actually, we had representations from the councillors in Boscombe, in Southbourne, saying, please don't create these artificial borders because there's no easy way to draw those lines. In Broadstone, it was easy to draw those lines.
Okay, thank you. So, did you want to just come
back? And I will be very brief.
Yeah.
You only have to go to question 1. Do you agree or disagree a parish of Broadstone be established? 20% supported the proposition. 67% disapproved. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Trent was next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think one of the reasons why Broadstone was a lot easier to support was that Broadstone is a very well-defined community, and for years and years and years, and I became a pool councillor in 1983, Broadstone was almost another planet. They had their own separate Remembrance Day parades and things like that, and so they have a very strong local identity, a Broadstone identity. They have, well, they call it Broadstone Village, but they have their effectively a town centre. The only thing that there was some significant discussion about was whether or not Waterloo would be included, because people in Waterloo, there seemed to be a strong feeling in the representations made that, you know, Waterloo perhaps is part of Broadstone, but that in the end didn't sort of succeed. But on the Southbourne bit, I think the Southbourne presentation was one of the best presentations of the lot, and I would have been very much in favour of supporting Southbourne, but we spent a long time with different opinions bouncing back and forth as to where the boundaries would be. It was actually very difficult to define the boundaries of Southbourne, but I would hope that if this went ahead, or even if it didn't go ahead, because I think that there is a strong community thing in Southbourne, that they actually apply, because this isn't, whatever happens, this isn't the end of the story, because any area can sort of put together a petition and say, look, we want a town or parish council. And Southbourne is certainly the one bit of Bournemouth that struck me as having a much stronger identity. So for those that were making representations earlier on, I think don't forget that fact. But because it wasn't as clear cut a community as Broadstone was, it was more difficult to say, yes, this is a way forward, whereas Broadstone was quite clear cut.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walters.
Just to add to that, and I know we're not talking about it right now, but anywhere within the conurbation is more than welcome to put forward a petition to do this. In fact, in the future, if Southbourne wants to do it, we'd be more than happy to supply the anonymised data that we got regarding where people felt like they lived, so that they could build out a proposal that does meet those obligations, although I will say it's very difficult.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Wright was next.
If it was such a unique case, Broadstone, why was it that we almost killed it off? We had a vote in the Task and Finish group on a Friday to create a whole of Poole Town Council, which went through for 8-2, and then suddenly on the following Tuesday, after the weekend, we had that was I can't remember exactly the reason, but it was, we had to have another vote. It was said that that vote wasn't to be taken into consideration. I can't remember the reasons why. Also, there are lots of areas in Poole that I would say, well, and Bournemouth, that have a good community cohesion. Poole, Old Town of Poole, I would say, is more so. Camford Heath is very distinct. There's many areas. Just as an area being considered distinct shouldn't be a reason to ignore the will of the people.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Yeah, so that vote wasn't on the whole of Poole. It was on, in principle, supporting a Poole Town Council. It didn't involve, and the notes from the meeting will back me up on that one. We did have a vote to say, well, if Broadstone didn't happen, but Poole did, you could have a situation where, because Broadstone isn't parished, you might have charter trustees and a town council, which is kind of the worst case scenario, and I don't think anyone wants that. Whether or not we could put forward a proposal that would assume Broadstone into a Poole Town Council. Now, that isn't part of these proposals. It's something that we suggested that we put forward to full council as an amendment, just to make sure that there is gaps filled in case the worst case scenario does happen.
Okay, thank you.
To be clear, I specifically asked the
Councillor
question.
Wright.
Sorry.
So you wanted to come in again, but can I request that we don't rehash the full scale of the debates held in the task committee group, because I know how long you've all spent on it already.
I'm not sure if I'm doing that or not. To be clear, I specifically asked the question if the vote on the Friday was for the whole of the current charter trustees boundary of Poole as it stands now. And to my eyes, that's a whole of Poole proposal. So it was.
Councillor Walters.
The vote wasn't for the whole of Poole with the current boundaries of the charter trustees.
Okay, well, thank you. I think we've probably taken that as far as we can. Did we have anybody else wanting to come in on this section? Do we have any proposal on whether we could support the recommendation for Broadstone or not? No. Councillor Devlin. Okay, so I'm asking if anyone would like to propose whether we support that recommendation. Is that, are you indicating that you would?
That we support that recommendation.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Okay, I'll take Councillor Rice this time, just for variety. Any further comments or debate we wanted to have, or are we okay to move to a vote on whether we accept the Broadstone recommendation or support it for Cabinet tomorrow? Okay, so can I see all those in favour of that?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour.
And those against?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4 against.
And 1 abstention.
2 abstentions.
2 abstentions. Apologies, Liv. I can't count. Okay. So that is carried as we support that recommendation as a board. Moving on to the next part, which is the recommendations G, H and I around the initial proposals for community councils in parts of Bournemouth. So that was Redhill and Northbourne, Boscombe and Folkestone and Southbourne. Again, Councillor Walters, would you like to say a few words about this section? You don't have to, but I'll give you that opportunity.
Yeah, so I think I've already kind of, I don't want to rehash the discussions around Boscombe and Southbourne because we've already addressed that. But I think with Redhill, firstly, one thing that Redhill might want to do in the future, or have wanted to do, is to look after a paddling pool. Problem with that is the entire population of North Bournemouth uses that pool. In fact, probably populations from outside of that area too. It didn't really seem fair for the council taxpayers of just one ward to contribute to that. Again, that council doesn't have to do it at all. It was also felt that it just wasn't large enough to be feasible in terms of that.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone have questions on these three recommendations, which are, in the end, to not pursue these smaller community councils? Go ahead, Councillor Ward.
One thing to add, there was not enough candidates from that area that said that they'd be willing to stand either, so it wouldn't have been feasible to do it. They would have had to co-opt everyone, and then they wouldn't have had the powers that they should have.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Canavan.
Can I just ask about whether any consideration was given to altering the boundaries? Because I think you may recall that it didn't get very far, but there was a suggestion at one point that the boundaries might be extended. But I wonder what level of consideration was given to that. Thank you.
So when you're referring to boundaries in this case, are you specifically referring to Red Hill and Northbourne? Okay, cool. So because we didn't want to just pull in parts of other wards that kind of didn't necessarily identify with that ward, it may have been possible to do a whole North Bournemouth council, but because it was nothing like anything that we proposed, it would have been really difficult to make that justification in the second stage of the in the second stage of the task and finish group.
Any other contributions, comments? Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I think one point worth making is that there were a lot of potentially good ideas, but they weren't put forward from the public, whereas Redhill and Northbourne was, and another expanded one which didn't really make sense because it split Wimborne Road in Winton in two. But in an ideal world, someone would have come up for something for Kinston and North Bournemouth, which to me is a natural area that sits together. In Poole, something might have cropped up for the north of Ashley Road or something, but it didn't. So we had to deal with what actually people came up with and what was viable out of that. And, you know, I think Redhill and Northbourne would have been fine if there had been a desire from places like Kinston to be part of it. Because, you know, again, it's a bit like, you know, the situation in other parts of Bournemouth. It's the local identity side of it. And, you know, I would personally support some ideas that were floated, you know, they were kind of tidied up and clarified. But we had to react to what was there, what came out of stage one. And that wasn't always what sort of fitted in with what would have been a good pattern of, you know, sort of parishing. But
Okay, thank you. Councillor Canavan.
It's a different question. So one of the other things that seemed to be floated at one point was the merger of Southbourne and Boscombe. You've referred earlier on to the difficulties about the boundary. And I'm wondering just the extent to which you considered the possibility of merging both the proposal for Southbourne and the proposal for Boscombe to overcome that issue with the boundary in between.
Yeah, so actually that was a suggestion that Tony put forward at one point as well. So the problem with it wasn't necessarily that, it was also the Little Down and Iford element of it as well. So that made that quite difficult.
Would you mind just expanding on that slightly?
Sorry, lots of people who lived in Little Down and Iford said they lived in Southbourne. Right. I think it's creative marketing from estate agents in the area.
Okay. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm a little bit confused actually, because we've just been told by the chair of the Task and Finish Group that one of the reasons for rejecting these proposals is that there was insufficient interest shown by people to serve on said councils in, I think it was in Southbourne and in Boscombe, and Red Hill, out of the alleged 0.5% of the residents who responded. So presumably had 100% of them responded, we might have actually dragged up a few more people who would have wanted to serve. So I don't think these arguments can be taken both ways. I think it's disingenuous to be doing that. We want consistency. I've always said that, and I don't think that's a consistent argument. It may be, of course, that the degree of support for the proposals in those parts of Bournemouth was partly influenced by the success of the existing forums in Boscombe, in Southbourne and in Queen's Park, where residents are clearly very satisfied with what they've got and they don't want to change that. And I would suggest that that could well be the case, because when you look at the results for a parish proposed in Boscombe and Folkestone, it gained 15% support. 15% support. So those clearly not going to happen in terms of the community buying into it. Yet in Boscombe, we heard from Harry Seckham earlier about the success of the Boscombe Forum, and I would endorse that. I think we're fiddling around with things like the proposal, which we will later regret because of the things that we will lose as a result of that.
Yes, Councillor Walters.
Just to add, in terms of neighbourhood forums, we'd love to see future neighbourhood plans put forward. That's not possible, which means that people who currently have neighbourhood forums are very lucky, but they can't happen anymore because that grant is gone. In the future, I'd love to see proposals through a petition for Southbourne and Boscombe that maybe solve these problems when we couldn't, but that's where we are.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think I'd like to just comment that from my own point of view, I think it's a shame that we didn't have a more definite response in terms of forming smaller community councils, because my view is that Bournemouth as a whole is a very large place, and there are lots of bits of it that do have their own identities, and some of those bits came forward and said they wanted something, but in the end it's certainly in the case of Boscombe and Redhill and Northbourne, I can see there wasn't enough evidence that was going to work. I think the Southbourne one is slightly different, but I appreciate the comments that have been made about the difficulty of putting a line around that. I do see that. I also think that if those ones were being put forward for formation, that would leave us with still an enormous problem in the areas that weren't being put forward as community council areas, and I wouldn't really want to see that either. I think overall, myself, because we're not looking at a consistent application of community councils across the whole area covered by Bournemouth, I can support the recommendation that we don't take these smaller council areas forward. That sits separate to discussions that we will come on to around Bournemouth Town Council. So I would be happy to propose that we can support the recommendation here, given what we've heard about the Task and Finish Group's work, not to move forward with the community councils, the Bournemouth community councils that were proposed. And seek a seconder for that. Okay, Councillor Walters seconding that. So did anyone else want to come in on this point, or are we happy to vote? Okay, could I see a show of hands, all those in favour of supporting the recommendations G, H and I?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favour.
And those against? None against, and any abstentions? We have 4. Okay, so that is the board overall supporting those recommendations. Right, I'm going to suggest that we do take a short comfort break. We have got the two potentially largest sections of the report still to cover, but we are doing really well. Thank you all very much for your continued attention and patience. Take a 5-minute comfort break and we'll be back. Okay, thank you. Welcome back to this evening's meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Board, following our short break. Just before we move on to our next section, it's been brought to my attention that there's been a request to know exactly how everybody on the board was voting on each of the items so far. Just a reminder that if it is possible to request that your vote be recorded, it is also possible to request a recorded vote, but that hasn't happened, and so that we don't, that information is not recorded as standard, just as a reminder of the process. Councillor Trent.
Yeah, Chair, the fact that this meeting is online, surely someone can work out who voted which way anyway from the online recording of it.
Well, no, because the camera doesn't show us voting. The camera is fixed on me, I think, when we're voting, because I'm probably the last to speak.
I think the time for a recorded vote is going to be at full council.
Well, quite. As I was just wanting to respond briefly on that, just to remind on the process. So let us move on to the next section, which is recommendation J, which is for the proposal to establish a pool town council. Councillor Walters, would you like to introduce this section briefly?
Sorry, just clarify something that Richard there. So, yeah, Paul, we agreed to put forward a Pool Town Council. We've already spoken at length and heard the limitations of the Pool Charter Trustees as they are today. We've already heard the benefits of town councils, and I think the people who supported this within the Task and Finish group felt that Pool would benefit from not having a Charter Trustees, having a Chartered Trust. I don't know what the singular is of it, but and from having a Pool Town Council. We've put forward the suggestion based on the responses we've already had. We, reduce the number of councillors down from 42 to around half of that, and we've spent a lot of time working on the ward boundaries as well. A lot of the wards, if you look at them, look at the names of them, identify areas of Pool that aren't currently represented in the names of the wards within BCP. And we felt that some of these are quite substantial and important parts of our town. Obviously, we couldn't fit them all in, because if you make a ward name with everything in it, you end up with a ward name that's 20 words long, and that's just going to cost the council money in ink at that point. So, yeah, the ward boundaries, do look at them. We'd love to hear comments on that as well. And yeah, that's what we put forward.
Thank you. So first, can I ask if anyone on the board has any questions about this recommendation or about the process that was followed to arrive at it? Councillor Goodall.
Thank you, Chair. It was only that I'm just seeking clarification where it says draft recommendations 154B, and it says Parkstone 3 councillors. And then when I go to parish wards, it says Parkstone, Lilliput and Sandbanks 2 councillors.
Go ahead, Councillor Walters.
So the one at the top was the draft put forward.
Oh, right.
So
okay.
it's the wards were slightly different there. And when we reduce the number of councillors, because you have to be within a certain level of variation through number of electors to councillors throughout the entirety of the council, and because we wanted to stick to the existing electoral boundaries to make it cheaper, that ward is now not just Parkstone, it's Parkstone, Lilliput and Sandbanks, and has a reduced number of councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Wright.
In the original proposals that we had, where we only chose the 6, was the whole of Pool minus Broadstone ever a proposal?
Councillor Walters.
Yeah, actually, the submission from the Pool Labour Group contained Pool, but it also suggested that it would be more than happy to see areas in north of Pool break away, and would still like its original proposal to be honoured without them.
thank you. Anybody else wanting to come in on this one at this point? No, I'm not seeing anybody. So that I don't know if that's just in relation to questions. So if people are wanting to make comments or proposals at this point, then please we'll move to that. I think I've just seen Councillor Beasley and Councillor Trent indicate. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I'm wholly against this proposal for a town council pool. Being totally consistent, always going to the first question. There are 65% of those consulted who responded are against it. And I think I would like to pick up the other issue, which is that of the chartered trustees. I've heard comments that they're not fit for purpose. I'm a charter trustee in both Poole and in Bournemouth, and I would disagree. I think they are fit for purpose, and I think they've been doing an exemplary job. And I think it's a disingenuous argument, not based on any evidence, that they are not fit for purpose. My experience of charter trustees and their meetings is quite the reverse. So building that into the argument is something which I hadn't anticipated coming through. Because I've seen no evidence of it. What I have seen, though, is evidence that the residents of Poole don't want a Poole Town Council. It's going to be very big, it's going to be very unwieldy, and it is not going to do what I would have thought was the most fundamental part of this exercise, which is to have a community voice. It's being imposed in the proposal top down, whereas actually to make this work for the residents of Poole, and in parts of my life I've lived in Poole and I've experienced the different communities that exist, building up from the community and getting that community involvement is the only way to get such a principle to work. And I would put it to the rest of this committee that we will not have that. We will just have a council which is going to be representative of Poole from all its different factions. I get that, but it isn't going to be community based. And by not being community based, I think it is a major disadvantage to doing the things which I would expect a town council to be doing. And it's for those reasons that I should be voting against the proposal, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walters.
Yeah, I appreciate that maybe Bournemouth doesn't face the same issues with the charter trustees, but we have had some serious issues with it. We've not been able to fund the twinning, which is part of the Poole. There's a charter that Poole wrote that said it would support twinning. The charter trustees can't do that. We've not been able to put on a VE Day celebration in Poole because the charter trustees can't put their money, which there is a significant amount of money in a pot that the charter trustees is not allowed to spend on community events. It can only look after the mayoralty and the regalia. We have seen major problems with the charter trustees coming up. If you ask anyone in the last few years who has been mayor or deputy mayor or sheriff, they will identify with you the severe problems that we've had trying to get anything done as a charter trustee. Okay, there's one sheriff that disagrees with me, thank you. So I disagree with that. In terms of top down, it was the single most popular proposal in the first stage. You know, we received more proposals for a Poole Town Council than we did for anywhere else in the entire conurbation. So it has come from several different community groups.
Okay, thank you. I think Councillor Trent has indicated.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I think the dismissal of the problems that we've had with charter trustees rather ignores what happened 2 or 3 years ago, and I must give credit to the current Mayor of Poole, Councillor Mark Howell, who did a lot of the groundwork, and advice from the Association of Charter Trustee Towns, who gave us a sort of a template to use. But because we were sitting on unspent reserves and there were so many things going on in the town that needed support, we set up a grant scheme, and it was quite strict in as much as it had to be things that were related to the town and its history and the morality. And it was making good progress. We contributed significant sum of money to help the beating of the Poole Sea Bounds, which is a tradition that goes back many years to take place. And it's a pity that one person isn't here who was sort of part of the committee sort of looking at it. And we were supporting twinning, and one of the things we supported with twinning was sending some youngsters from disadvantaged backgrounds who were playing in the Dolphin Marching Band over to Sherborne to play in their carnival. You know, fantastic boost for the youngsters. But there were good things we were doing. And then suddenly we were told about a year ago, you can't do this, you can't do that. And it turns out we can't even do Remembrance Parade. The Remembrance Sunday is BCP responsibility. Well, that's always been a thing that Poole has done for itself and the Charter Trustees were doing. So suddenly we found ourselves unable to do most of the things that we're going to do. We're sitting on quite a large amount of balances which can't be used for things that benefit the wider community, even if it's restricted to supporting the history and the traditions of the town. And I say I was unfortunately the last mayor that got made a mayor in the old Poole Civic Centre. We've been homeless since then. We've sort of, been negotiating little bits of space in the sort of Guildhall. So the Charter Trustees haven't worked. Poole is a town with a huge history. It'll be 778 years since its first charter next year. And effectively, it's been neutered. It's almost been airbrushed out of history, but not quite. And that really concerns me. And that's one of the reasons why I feel passionate that whatever else happens, Poole needs a town council. And when you say that it's only really the town centre that's Poole, it's not, because where I represent, there were a lot of people there that were moved out from the town centre when the slums clearance took place. And there are within Poole, well, Poole has two of its own local dialects and things like that. Poole is a very strong identity with a huge history. And so I think that it's got to be top of the list to support. And I do appreciate what Councillor Rampton said. You don't know who's actually going to be elected to run it. And, I think you don't know who's going to be elected to run this place in 2 years' time. But that isn't the thing. Poole needs it needs to be an entity, and it needs its identity. And I think that, well, personally, whatever else happened anywhere else, Poole has to have something that kind of saves it from its almost certain extinction. So, so I would fully support that part of the proposals, and as close to the long-term boundary, because again, Poole governed itself for a long time. It's only these last 5 years. It had a period when it was under the county council, 23 years under a county council where there were two levels of governance. Before that, it was a single level of governance, and then it became a unitary authority. So, I don't want to see a town airbrushed out of history because we're part of something bigger that's just happens to have its central point here in Bournemouth rather than anywhere else. So I'm quite passionate about that.
I can tell, Councillor Trent, thank you. Councillor Goodall.
Can I just respond to the community issue? It was just to say that I have been in communication with 2 out of the 3 residents' associations, and one I've consulted with 2 of them because one of them was mainly in Poole Old Town, and while it went over into Parkstone, there wasn't much of it, but they were happy. The 2 that I consulted with were happy with the idea of Poole Town. And can I just say, I mean, I'm a newbie councillor, as a lot of us are, and in going round and getting elected 2 years ago, last May, we're in polite company now, but some of the language that was used about BCP and its relationship to Poole was not for general consumption. And I would say that I will certainly be supporting the motion for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Canavan.
I wasn't going to speak, but Councillor Goodall's prompted me to say that the language he experienced was similar to language I experienced about BCP in Bournemouth. So Paul is not a special case here about dissatisfaction with the way in which BCP has operated since its formation. I guess from my point of view, looking at this as objectively as I can, it seemed to me that there was always a view, which Councillor Trent has expressed, that Poole has lost out as a result of the creation of BCP. It's not a view I accept, but it has appeared to be a fairly strong point of view that has come through. So the proposed creation of a separate town council for Poole isn't any great surprise, because from what I have gathered, the councillors who represent wards in Poole have supported it. The Member of Parliament has supported it. The issue for me is the one that Councillor Beasley mentioned earlier on, that the response from residents generally does not reflect that level of support. And if Paul wants to maintain that identity that Councillor Trent has described, and if the residents feel that they need something to counterbalance whatever they see as the failings of BCP, then the way to do it seems to me to be through a referendum, because that's what the Member of Parliament for Poole has recently called for. Without wishing to be too controversial, we've wasted £100,000 on this consultation because you just ignored it. It seems to me that you could have equally spent that money on doing a referendum, and you still could do a referendum, because it would give you a legitimacy over which I think this process is questionable. There have been a couple of comments earlier in this meeting about the possibility of a judicial review. I think it is a distinct possibility. The option of a referendum, which you can do if you want to, this BCP can do it if it wants to, would avoid that. And if the residents of Poole truly want this creation of a town council, then they will support it in a referendum. And without that, I do not believe you have that legitimacy. So I'm going to make the same argument in another debate in a minute, but without it, I just think the whole process is questionable. I mean, the process is questionable anyway, but at least give some credit, give some accreditation to the creation of a Poole Town Council by asking residents, not in a consultation, but in a referendum. And the other point, I think, which is really important, if you do that, as I think you should, is you've really got to set out what you want this town council to do. Because throughout this process, I haven't seen it. So I think it was Mr. Wedge earlier said about having a strategic vision about what it is you want parish councils to do. I've not seen that anywhere. You know, we talked about allotments, and that seems to me about as far as the imagination around these things have stretched. Got no idea, as this administration got absolutely no idea if it creates this thing, what it wants to do with them. And you could say, oh, well, it's up to the new council to decide that. It's not. You've got to understand what it is that you're going to ask them to do. What is it that we're not doing as a BCP that you think a town council could do if it wanted to? And we haven't seen any of that. So that's my frustration, Chair. So thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Councillor Canavan. Councillor Walters, did you want to respond?
Yeah, just so we have followed the government guidelines for a CGR. You know, it involves a consultation. Consultation is a consultation. I'm going to say the thing. A consultation is not a referendum. You've suggested that we do one. I get it. It would incur significant more costs. I think Richard outlined the cost of an election in Poole. We'd have to do that cost now, and then we'd have to do it again at the election. So that's a significant amount of money. Regarding services it could do, in the consultation we did outline services that town councils could do. I don't think any of us want to necessarily say you have to do this, because it goes against the kind of idea of localism. It goes against giving the residents of Poole the ability to decide what services they might want. And BCP has no right to do that. And that's part of the reason why I think we've put forward Poole, is because we want a Poole to have the right to do that. It will come around what they want. And some of those services might be something that I don't want them to do. Some of them might not be. But that's up to the elected people who take over that council. And I'm sure whoever it was that took over the council would at least support Remembrance Day, VE Day, things that absolutely should be done and cannot be done currently.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
With regards to what a town council will or won't do, it's got to be both sides, because BCP can't impose things on a town council, and at the same time, a town council can't say, I want this bit. So it's got to be collaborative. And you could have the situation where a town council doesn't want to do anything. And they've got absolutely every right to sit there and say, we'll do the mayoralty, we'll do allotments, and that's it. No, I'm going to say no to everything else, especially if a certain group of people get in who really don't want this. And that could well be their plan, from what I've heard. And then it would just sit there and do nothing. It would have a very small precept, which is what they want, but that's all they would do, and say no to everything else. But the problem with this consultation is, in another meeting, a consultation should never be whether to do something. It should be, we are going to do something. How would you like it done? How should we do it? Consult on how we're going to do something. But we're asking whether to do something, and that's not a consultation. That's a referendum. And that's where I think this whole thing's gone wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Yes, Councillor Walters.
Just to add to that, Councillor Wright is right in the sense of we can't impose services on them, and they can't dictate to BCP what they would like. I would hope in the sense of cooperation that BCP would listen to that town council and give it the things that it needs to do that. Whether that be parks, whether it be something entirely different. Completely get that. Regarding the consultation and the questions that were asked, there are a very strict set of guidelines that you have to adhere to when you're doing a consultation for a CGR. One of those questions is, do you want this?
Okay, thank you. Are there any further points that people wanted to make? I think I just would reflect that I hear a lot of the points that are being made here. I hear very passionate advocacy for the need for Poole to have something, that there is a gap there, that the Charter Trustees are not able to do some of the civic stuff that people really want Poole to be able to preserve. I absolutely understand that. I think from my point of view that the Poole and Bournemouth, which we'll come on to, sections of this really highlight the problem of the consultation, the low response rate, the questionable data, and all of the things which we've all discussed and rehearsed, and we probably don't need to go over again. And the fact that we are relying so much in this report on that consultation, and there is no getting away from the percentages of responses that say that they're for or against, that makes it very difficult for me to feel confident to support a recommendation here. That's a personal view. Does anyone here have a proposal they would like to put about whether or not we should support this recommendation? Councillor Goodall, I think I saw you indicate first.
Sorry, yes. I would propose that we accept the recommendation.
Okay, and do I have a seconder for that proposal? Yes, Councillor Macro. Thank you. So did we want any further points or discussion? No, then I will ask for those who would support this recommendation to show their support by raising their hand now.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in support.
7 in support, and those who are against supporting this recommendation to raise
2
their hands.
against.
That's 2, and abstentions.
4 abstentions.
And 4 abstentions. So that proposal is carried.
Chair, could I
Councillor
have
Beasley.
my vote recorded, please, by
Councillor
democratic?
Beasley would like his vote against recorded. Yes, and Councillor Wright would like his vote against to be recorded. You did. And Councillor Trent would like his vote for to be recorded. Any more for any more? Okay. Then we will move on to our final section, which is Bournemouth. And again, I will invite Councillor Walters, if you would like to briefly introduce the work that was done around the Bournemouth proposals.
Thank you, Chair. So again, I won't rehash the reasons why we merged all of the councils into one in Bournemouth. Based on the responses that we got in the consultation, we have reduced the number of councillors in Bournemouth. We've consulted with councillors as to the appropriate boundaries. As a working group, we've worked to make sure that they've got names that represent those areas. In many cases on here, you'll see areas of Bournemouth that aren't currently represented in the names of BCP wards. One thing I would say as well is that this was a split vote at the Task and Finish group, and my vote as chair carried it forwards. So just to be as open about that as I can. I think a lot of the arguments that we've already heard in terms of, you know, the reasons why a parish or town council are good has been said previously. I'm not a Bournemouth Charter Trustee. I'm not going to speak for whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing. I will let people in Bournemouth absolutely do that. But what I do believe is that there's a lot of good that can come out of a Bournemouth Town Council. You've mentioned earlier that there's no SIL funding for the town centre of Bournemouth. And we tried to solve that with the local plan that was rejected. This is something that we could use in order to try and improve that area if we wanted to, or they could choose to do it if they wanted to. It's entirely up to them. I'll leave it to the committee to ask questions and debate this.
Thank you. So if I could start with any questions that people have around this section of the report. Sorry, Councillor Northover, is that waiting for later? Councillor Canavan, are you asking a question?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. The last meeting of the Task and Finish group might not have been the last meeting, but the one that you invited other councillors to had the presentation of what was a proposal in terms of the boundaries for the idea of a new Bournemouth Town Council, which came, it's not a criticism, came very late in the process in terms of what those boundaries were. But my recollection of that meeting was that a very significant number of councillors said to you from Bournemouth, these boundaries are not right, that they don't make any sense, they're not logical. And you've ignored, well, the Task and Finish group have ignored that. The other thing which came, I think, out of that discussion was not to proceed with a separate Bournemouth Town Council. I think that message, from my recollection of that meeting, was pretty clear. Yet, as a working group, you've ignored that. So you've ignored the councils in Bournemouth, you've ignored the public, but yet you're still proposing that we go through with this. So my question is why?
Councillor Walters.
So regarding the boundaries, a lot of councillors did say these boundaries are wrong, but then they sat there and said, but because we don't agree with them, we're not going to debate that point. You know, we're very open to further suggestions for the improvements of this. And we, you know, anyone on the Task and Finish group will remember that meeting was me saying constantly, hi, we're not here to debate the principle right now. We're more than happy to debate that at ONS, at Cabinet, at full council. We're here to talk about the principle and improving it. And unfortunately, many councillors used that as an opportunity to say they didn't want it, which wasn't the debate at that moment in time. we're having it now. And instead of giving us better suggestions, they just said they didn't want it. So we've tried to listen to you on the borders. We've changed some of the borders. We've done as much as we can without the steer that we should have got during that meeting. We've not ignored all Bournemouth councillors. There's not every single Bournemouth councillor is against this. There are several who are for it. It's difficult, especially with the ward boundaries between Southbourne and Boscombe, which I think is probably one of the things you're alluding to. But the ward boundaries between Boscombe and Southbourne are difficult in the BCP wards already. It already has the potential for these areas to have representatives that can come to a town council and argue to make those areas better. And whatever ward they represent contains parts of different areas. And if part of that area is in Southbourne, but it should be in Boscombe, it's a difficult discussion to have. And I wish we could have had a discussion about those borders in a bit more detail at that meeting, but unfortunately we couldn't. And as for ignoring residents, I mean, we've changed a lot of these proposals based on the feedback from residents, and we do believe that there is massive benefits to be had for Bournemouth from this. Or I do personally. I know it was a split vote in the task force group.
Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I just think it would be very disingenuous to have a debate on borders and names and number of councillors when you'd read the proposal and you were against the substantive question. What would be the point? If we left it up to, if you like, we left it up to the people that were for it to debate the borders and the shapes of the wards.
Councillor.
So the methodology we used was we wanted to create the best possible example with the information that we had before we voted on it. It's the same way as when you go to a full council and a motion's put forward and you disagree with that motion, but maybe you've got an idea to make it slightly better and you amend it. But you still don't support that motion, but you prefer to have a slightly better wording of that motion. It's the exact same methodology there in this.
Thank you. I just, before we move too far into sort of debate, I had a quite specific question on this section, if I may. There's just paragraph 176. I just would like a little bit of clarification. It says the thoughts of those members who supported the proposal were that it would be fair and equitable for all areas to be all areas across BCP to be served by lower tier authorities. Can I just clarify the members who supported what proposal? Just so I understand what that's actually driving at.
As with all things during this process, it was quite contentious. And actually, once we built the report, we had another session to debate the wording of different parts of the report. And it was felt by those who didn't support it that they wanted it to support Bournemouth Town Council, that they wanted it to be clear that it was the viewpoints of those that did support it that felt.
No, I'm sorry. We're going to have to try that again.
So the proposal it's mentioning is the creation of a Bournemouth Town Council.
Oh, thank you. I think I follow now. Thanks. That was my question. Any further questions, or did we want to move on to debate looks like we want to move on. So Councillor Northover indicated earlier, would you like to come in now?
Yeah. So I represent Muscliffe and Strand Park, which is in Bournemouth, and we actually have a through from Muscliffe, not Hornhurst and through Parish Council in our ward, and that came about because it was a group of people who wanted to create this, and they worked over quite a long time talking to all of their local residents, and they came up with exactly what they wanted to achieve, the area, the name, all of these things. And when it came to setting the preset, they had the confidence that they had the backing of the people that had backed their idea, and it all went through, and that's fine. And I haven't got a problem with them doing that. this whole thing and all of the problems I feel come from it being so much a top-down thing. We're talking a lot about what we think, where we think lines should be drawn, what we think areas should be called. People, and of course, people are unhappy. People don't like to hear that they suddenly live in a different place. You know, or that they've been like grouped with other people, and they don't feel that that represents what their community. And also, we just don't know what is being proposed. Really, we don't know what. We have heard a lot about all the different things that these could do, but this organisation could do none of those, and it could be very expensive. It might not. It's such an unknown, and I think this sort of thing has to come from the grassroots, has to come from people who are coming up with their idea. They're putting it to the people that live in their area, and that they've got a plan about what they intend to do with the money that they're going to ask. I am out and about every day talking to people all around Bournemouth, and I don't see any support for this. And that's nothing to do with me being in any sort of bubble. This is definitely ordinary people who just don't have any enthusiasm for this. I know that we've got a lot of all sorts of organisations in Bournemouth that have been there for a very, very long time, and have done all sorts of things. You know, forums that have been there for like 25 years, and have got a really good track record, and have been able to get a lot of money. I think that from what I've heard people talking about some stuff that's happening in Bournemouth, I don't think they've actually understood what actually goes on in Bournemouth. So I wouldn't like to undermine any of that. So I don't feel I can, as it is, support what I've seen so far.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to let Councillor Walters respond, and then Councillor Canavan.
Yeah, so I'm sure there are plenty of people in Bournemouth who would like to see improvements in Bournemouth, and this gives them that opportunity. Now, if that council exists and it does nothing other than do what the Charter of Trustees does, and it just paying for election, the precept's going to be about £6 a year. It's like £4 more than what they're currently spending. It allows for future people in Bournemouth to make that decision, because the opportunity for future in Bournemouth to make that decision through neighbourhood forums is now gone, because they can't create new ones because there's no funding for it. So it will give people an opportunity to do so. If they choose to do nothing with it, there's a £4 difference.
Councillor Canavan.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with much of what Councillor Northover has just said. When we had the debate at council, which kicked this process off, I made the point in the council meeting that, in my view, there was no appetite for this in Bournemouth, and that was not just my judgment, but it was based on discussions with residents, talking to people. There was no appetite for it then, and has been revealed in the consultation there is still no appetite for it now, and that's been confirmed. I think I'm right in saying that actually it is the least popular of any of the proposals that are before us this evening. So I understand Councillor Walters' point about his tenacity in trying to get us to debate the individual lines on the map in terms of the ward boundaries. But I guess I'm probably not alone in this room of having spent too many hours in front of boundary commissions, both parliamentary and local, arguing about lines on the map, when actually the outcome is not really what you want. And that was my problem in trying to come up with an alternative, because none of the alternative seemed to me to be acceptable. So that was my conundrum. And I just don't feel that the proposal that we have in front of us in terms of the actual boundaries that are being suggested, it makes any sense at all. I think Councillor Carl-Brown made the point earlier on about actually this is going to create fewer councillors in Boscombe than we already have. So why would we create a town council which is supposed to create a body that represents the community at the lowest possible level. Why would you do that with an absolutely minimum number of councillors? It makes no sense at all to me. So the other thing I think about the arguments about the opportunity that Councillor Walters has described. Well, what if we don't want that opportunity? We told you we don't want that opportunity, and you're still ignoring us. Forget it. It may create a theoretical fund to do X amount with it, but that should be being done by BCP, and it's not. What we're discussing, really, if you boil it down to this evening, is the complete failure of BCP as a unitary authority to deliver basic services for residents. And now the answer from because it was in the Liberal Democrat manifesto apparently, is that, you can have a town council, you can create a bit more precinct, and you can get your streets clean. That is just, well, I can't think of a polite word, but it's negligence, in my view. So this isn't a proposal. Councillor Walters won't be surprised to hear that I don't support this, because he's had enough letters from me telling him that I don't support it. But what do we do, Chair, in terms of an overview and scrutiny committee? Because to me this makes no sense at all. So yes, if this stays as it is, then my only option is to go to the council meeting on the 14th of October and try and vote it down. But for me, there is a gap here. If you're going to create a town council for Poole on what you've argued to be a consensus around the boundaries, you need a consensus around these, and you don't have it, because I was at that meeting and it was clear you don't have it. But yeah, you'd say, oh well, you didn't take your chance then, you're too late. That's not a sophisticated enough argument for me to accept this. So my suggestion, Chair, is that we simply remove that recommendation entirely. Because one of the things that, in my experience, in terms of the difficulties around boundary changes and the experience that I've referred to, is that there is always an option, if you can find the case to support it, to do nothing and to leave the boundaries as they are. And that's what I think we should do here. I don't think anybody wants this that I can see, certainly not from my inbox in my email council emails. So I just think we need to say quite clearly to the Cabinet, we don't want this in Bournemouth. Forget it. Forget the argument about, oh, we need to treat Bournemouth the same as Poole and Crash. Well, let them get on with it if need be. Leave Bournemouth alone, because nobody in Bournemouth wants it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Canavan. Yeah, Councillor Waters, Councillor Earl has indicated that she'd like to come in, and she hasn't had an opportunity to speak yet, so I'm going to say that she can, if that's okay, and then come to you.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't intending to speak during the meeting, but Councillor Canavan has really wound me up there with what he has said. So, and you know, in the spirit of the debate and the fact that this is overview and scrutiny, it is the job of this committee to make recommendations to Cabinet. I did just want to speak on this briefly, particularly to address those points, and the rest I'll leave to the chair of the working group, who is doing a fantastic job, I think, 3 hours into this. So, you know, this whole idea that this is a failure of BCP Council to deliver for the residents, I, as many people know, because I often say it in full council, I'm a Poole resident. I was born in Poole, and I campaigned fiercely against the creation of BCP Council. And then I was elected to run the damn thing. So that's unfortunately where we are. But what we have to look at, and what I take home every single day, is the reality of in which we are operating as a council. And I don't think any councillor in this room is unaware of what we're facing in terms of government cuts. And I'm not just talking about government cuts coming up, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see them. And I'd love to have that sense of hope in a Labour government that they might actually properly fund adult social care or send services. But I unfortunately don't see that as something that's likely to happen. But the worst thing for me is actually the impact of why we are in this position anyway. And that's because of austerity. 10 years ago, we had an extra £100 million going into Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole areas through their preceding councils as part of the revenue settlement from central government. £100 million a year. And we don't see that anymore. And when I look around our three towns, I think it's pretty evident why we don't. I don't see Christmas lights. I don't see the old, planting that we used to have. I look at old photos and there's not the amenities. We see our libraries now shutting at ridiculous times of day because we've just had to salami slice off years and years because of austerity measures imposed by central government, which have had to be implemented by all local government leaders, all councils, and I have a lot of sympathy actually for the previous leaders, for example, who've had to do that. In our first year, we had to make £44 million worth of cuts, and quite honestly, my role, my job as a councillor, as ward councillor, and speaking on behalf of my residents, I just want to say that I'm sick of seeing that decline in our neighbourhoods. I'm sick of seeing services disappearing because we're having to do that. And I want to find a solution. And this here is a solution to that problem. But it's not going to be led by BCP council. It's led by the residents because they're democratically elected to these councils to decide what they want to do. Now, they might all get elected. Who knows? Reform might get elected and decide that actually they don't want to do anything. And that's fine because that's what the residents would have decided to do through an election process. Or they might vote, I don't know, for the Liberal Democrats, who would maybe want to set a lower precept, but at least be able to hold on to the things that residents value and which our communities value and rely on. So even though, Councillor Canavan and others might blame this on the administration failing, I would invite you, and I hope you do engage with the scrutiny process around the budget, because it is so difficult. It's so difficult to make those impossible decisions about things that residents rely on, that their lives depend upon, and which they value. And I don't want to see that happen anymore. So this isn't entirely about money. For me, this is also about democracy in my local area, being able to take back some of that control, dare I say it, from the reform playbook, but being able to close that democratic deficit that was created with the creation of BCP Council. But it's also about being able to serve our communities and continue to provide the things that we depend upon and that we rely on and that we value. And I'm not ashamed to say that. I'm not ashamed that I think Poole would value that, and I think Bournemouth would value that as well. But it will really come down to the ballot box and who is prepared to stand up and take on some of those responsibilities. And I would hope that councillors in this room, regardless of their politics, whether they want to stand as an independent or not, will take that opportunity and step up and be the community leaders on these town and parish councils to continue doing what our residents want us to do. So that's all I wanted to say. But yeah, that was all. Thank you. Thank you, Leader, for that. Councillor Walters, you wanted to...
Just to say, Councillor Coleman has said there's no appetite for the town council, but there's appetite for change. There's appetite for improvements. And we're at least giving residents the opportunity to make those decisions for themselves in the future. You've mentioned that it was an electoral promise of ours to do these. And it was, yeah, I agree. And Councillor Coleman, you stood up during the combined authority debate and said it was an electoral mandate of the Labour government to do these things. And you have to accept them because they're happening. You can't make that argument that we haven't got a mandate when we were elected, because you've made the argument that you have the mandate when you were elected or when your government was elected. So I dislike that argument. I want to focus on benefits that residents could get from this. And maybe there aren't any. Maybe they choose to do none. But as I've said, the difference is £4 a year in that case.
Thank you. Do we have anybody? Oh, yes, sorry, Councillor Trent, you did indicate. Forgive me.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think there's a huge irony in the Bournemouth position, and I argue passionately about Poole and its identity. Bournemouth doesn't have quite the same problem. You can walk in this building and the civic side of Bournemouth is in your face as you walk into the building. We're sitting in a room that's actually part of the civic traditions of Bournemouth. So that side of it doesn't affect Bournemouth as much. And I can understand why people don't feel the same desperation that some people in Poole feel about losing their identity. But the strange thing is that the opportunity in Bournemouth, if I was a populist trying to put together a campaign to win control of a, potential Bournemouth council, I would be turning around and saying, bring back the air show. It's going to cost you less than £5 a year and you can have the air show back, sort of thing. And this sort of thing, things like that. So actually there is more being said in Bournemouth of what people want that isn't there anymore than there is in other towns, strangely enough. There isn't the same huge campaign in Broadzone and in Poole. Sort of first and foremost, it's getting the identity and the traditions back. But in Bournemouth, there is a groundswell for the air show. Whether you agree with the air show or not, I think it's kind of something which happens too often, and is kind of it's the same thing year in, year out. And some people have said that, but that is an opportunity that a Bournemouth Town Council could provide that BCP would struggle to provide. And so, and although I was a little bit lukewarm about the idea of supporting a Bournemouth Town Council because I thought, well, there's not the same sort of need there. But there is this fairness argument as well, that if everywhere else has got the opportunity to have a town council and to have decision making on more local things that maybe aren't BCP wide. But I say the crazy thing is that straight away there is something which if you put a pluses and minus, you could say, well, you've got the opportunity to do this or the opportunity to do that. So I think that there is no argument for a Bournemouth Town Council, although I don't think it comes from the same place as the argument for Poole Town Council. But it is there. And the point about government funding is a good one, because quite frankly, the funding situation facing all local authorities, and it doesn't matter whether it's here in the Midlands or wherever, will come off worse because we're in the south. We're supposedly all wealthy and doing quite nicely, but that is going to be a major challenge. And it does provide something which you can say, well, yeah, I want the council to run youth clubs again and things like that. That would be one of my top additional priorities in Poole if I was, stating the case for Poole. But so I think for fairness, I would support the Bournemouth idea, and also if people think about it, they might actually see it as an opportunity. And so.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Beasley, you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as expected, I'm sure, I have a few points that I would like to make. I'm wholly opposed to the formation of a Bournemouth Town Council. I'll get that straight out in the open. So there are a number of issues that have come up during the course of this debate, and others that I had already noted that I'd like to put forward to the board. So let's look at this issue of finance, because we've heard a really emotive speech from the leader of the council. And my recollection as the former leader of Bournemouth was that in 2019 we handed over, as did Poole, a very healthy financial situation, and one which BCP Council inherited on day one. So we weren't there blaming austerity or blaming the government or anybody else. We just got on and did it. And we were delivering services, I would argue, to a much higher standard as far as residents are concerned in the street in which they live. That's the defining factor for me. Now, things may have changed since then, but the biggest thing that's changed is the SEND deficit. And that is not something that this is going to help in any way to solve. That is so big that only government intervention will solve it. We've heard also differing predictions around cost because simply nobody knows. And I think it's only right that residents have a really good feel for what this is going to cost them. So we've heard from the chair of the Task and Finish that at the very lowest it could only be a matter of a few pounds, slightly more than the Charter Trustees' precept is at the moment. But we've heard from the leader of the council that this could make a very substantial difference. To make a very substantial difference, of course, it's going to have to be a great deal more than just a few pounds. It's going to have to be a very substantial amount. And we've heard the differences that would be raised here because of the base in terms of comparison with other places. But I would predict that if that is going to be taken up, it will grow and grow very, very quickly. We've also heard, have we not, around in paragraph 176, which is the one that you alluded to earlier, that the point was put forward by a portfolio holder and accepted by the Task and Finish group by the narrowest of margins, that the thoughts of those members who supported the proposal were that it would be fair and equitable for all areas of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole to be served by local parish or town councils. And that is where the recommendation came from. So, Chair, I would ask, what on earth was the consultation exercise about? Why on earth did we spend most of our time in the Task and Finish group going through that consultation and all the varying strands of opinion that came through there? If at the end of the day, the proposal from a member of the administration to the Task and Finish group was going to be that if one's got it, then we've all got to have it. I just cannot, for the life of me, begin to fathom that part of the argument out. It really doesn't stand up to any scrutiny whatsoever, because if we look at it, in Bournemouth, 20%, just 20% supported the proposal. In the consultation, 76% were against it. Now, by any measure, that seems to me to be quite a big margin of difference. And that is being ignored. The views of councillors from Bournemouth who sat on the Task and Finish effectively were also ignored. It came down to the wire, the chair's casting vote, which did it. And I have to say that my vivid recollection is one around predetermination. Predetermination that that's what we were going to do because it has to be fair and equitable across all parts of BCP. Added to that, I actually saw the leader of council, our council, addressing her party's conference here in Bournemouth, and there was no question in there that predetermination was the name of the game, because that's what she said. It was predetermined because that's what we're going to do in shorthand. And that to me, in advance of this meeting, in advance of cabinet and in advance of council, tells me, yes, it's predetermined and it's going to be taken over and taken through at any cost. I would put it to the meeting, Chair, that cabinet tomorrow will be making a very brave decision if they go for this, as far as Bournemouth's concerned, a very brave political decision indeed, and one that I think they may come to regret at a later stage, because I think it is whipping up some political interest that is even more than that exists at the moment. And the result of that, I think, will make it very, very difficult to get this to work anyway. But even if it did work, I think the chances of being able to raise the sort of money that's going to make a difference and take over the services that are envisaged that this council is supposed to be providing at the moment, and which it's failing to do in so many areas, and for which council taxpayers are already paying, are going to then be asked to pay more in terms of the precept. And we heard, did we not, from the representative from outside of this council about the wording he used, which was budgetary challenges. And budgetary challenges, as far as I'm concerned, is shorthand for raising additional precept to support the existing paid-for services. So that, to me, very much said it all, and that's why I asked him the question when he was here earlier. The issue isn't just restricted to councillors. I note that both of Bournemouth's MPs are against the proposals and have made representations directly to the leader of the council. And that in and of itself, for a minority group representative, is quite significant. So I've just two final points really, Chair, I think. The first is that local communities in Bournemouth have not asked at any stage for an extra layer of government in terms of a town council for Bournemouth. They're doing very nicely, thank you, with their community forums to which I referred earlier. Very nicely indeed, and those are long-standing. Those local communities have vehemently opposed this proposal. However, it seems to me that this administration is going to impose them whatever happens. And finally, this political adventure, as far as I can see, is going to cost residents more tax, whatever promises are made by those who are trying to push it through, more bureaucracy, more councillors, and with no cap on the size of these additional bills in the future. I shall be voting against, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bixley. Yes, Councillor Walters, would you like to respond?
Yeah, just, I think no one's going to force any town councils to take on any services. They can take on what they want, and the people who are electing those members can decide to elect people who say, we will take on nothing from BCP. You've said that there's no appetite for a town council. As I've said earlier, there is an appetite for change. You've said that there is already sufficient through neighbourhood forums. Again, the neighbourhood forums solve a problem for a very small area of Bournemouth, and no more of them can be created because it's been taken away. Regarding the SEND side of things, yeah, get it. That is massive. There is nothing that a town council can do that can solve that specific problem. But the merger of these councils, and I took the time recently to read through all the letters that were sent to Sajid Javid by the councils that existed prior to BCP. And one of the main reasons why they merged was not because they didn't have decent budgets and they didn't have the money and things like that set up already. It was because they could see the future of these councils when it comes to not the SEND side of things, but the children's services outside of it, the adult social care. Everything was compounding in pricing. That was one of the reasons why in the letter that I read from you and all the other leaders that you supported this. Whether or not we solve those problems, we may not. But as we try and fill those statutory services within our budget, we will lose things. And we will lose things that the councils can take on. They might not have to. They might not want to. That's fine. That's for them to decide. I don't necessarily think that argument is relevant here. In terms of the costs to residents, we've been pretty honest that there's going to be an increase in costs. We've given several examples of different precepts from throughout the country. The average is, I think £89 a year, something along those lines. But as Lisa said earlier, it might just be they do nothing and they do an election. And it's £4 more than they currently spend.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come in because on some of the things that's been said in the latter part of this debate. We sort of tying ourselves up and talk about, democratic deficits and all the rest of it. It feels like, well, for me at least, I've always been like one step behind everything in this debate because we had a situation where obviously proposals came forward and then it felt like that was set in stone, and then proposals couldn't come later. Like at each stage, it's always kind of like that's sort of done now. And then tonight, where we're at the stage where we can say to council, right, this is it, to cabinet, don't take this any further. It's like we can already see what the argument's going to be at full council, which is let these people, these theoretical people we're going to elect, let them decide what happens when that time comes. And so it's like, so then again, we're stuck in a stage where it's like leave it for, or you can't do anything here, or leave it for someone else to make that decision. In terms of democratic deficit, when the consultation window was open, and I was just going around the wards, just in my sort of day-to-day capacity as councillor, at times you come across, I'd visit blocks, go for like a coffee morning or something, and they hadn't yet had the official BCP flyer for the consultation, and so there'd be questions about that, and of course, and nearly all of it was negative about the idea of a Bournemouth Town Council. And of course, you go and get the flyers and take them around to the blocks and give it out to people. And obviously, we engaged. I knew what they felt, but the responses weren't there. The responses haven't come through. And tonight we said, oh, the lack of responses means that we leave it in the hands of councillors. And so we're sat here leaving it in the hands of councillors, but now in somehow that's transferred into the hands of councillors who are yet to be elected in a yet to be, in a yet to come town council. But here, the Bournemouth councillors here tonight are saying, we don't want it. We've spoken to our residents. The residents have said we don't want it. So now we said put it back in the hands of the councillors. The Bournemouth councillors are saying, yeah, we've spoken to our residents and we're all pretty certain that they don't want it. And now we're saying, well, it's a question for the whole of BCP council, which is fair enough. But the democratic deficit, if a majority of Bournemouth councillors vote against this and Poole councillors and Christchurch councillors vote for, how has that come back? And we said it's come back to councillors now because the turnout was so poor in this consultation. And we're now saying this is a situation for all of us, but we're not going to listen to what the majority of Bournemouth councillors suggest on this. And I think that leads to quite a big democratic deficit. And it's quite a shame though, because earlier on, because we're doing this again, I know we did it at full council and other things previously, you know, as someone born in Poole, when I listened to Councillor Trent earlier, I thought I was really passionate when he was talking about the Poole Council, and I can completely understand that in terms of this idea of a civic identity, rather than necessarily getting into the nuts and bolts of services that can be provided. But then at the end, when you've just spoken on the Bournemouth proposal, and it seems to be a thing, again, just coming back to Sweden, it's like, oh, if we have a think about it, maybe we'll come up with stuff that we'd like it to do. Well, we spent the best part of a year now thinking about it. And the answer's always been the same from the beginning of Bournemouth residents, which is that they just don't want this. And so I just don't see how, at the end of this tonight, we can sit here and suggest that any other suggestion to Cabinet that Bournemouth just doesn't go any further. It's done now.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. I think we have had a really good debate, and a lot of really good points have been made by everybody, and I want to thank you all for that and for keeping it focused and keeping it moving through what we needed to try to achieve. I think we are way over the time I'd hoped we would be, of course, but there we are. I was over ambitious. I would like to suggest that at this point we should try to move to some sort of vote on this final part of the report, which is the recommendation to establish a Bournemouth Town Council. Councillor Walters.
Oh, it was my hand indicating for voting when you.
Okay, I need to just ask somebody to propose whether something. So you're proposing that we.
I was proposing that we
the board
support the Bournemouth Town Council.
This recommendation. Okay, and do you have a seconder?
Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Dedman as a seconder. So okay, we have a proposal. Can I see all those in favour?
Can I move for a recorded vote, please, Chairman?
You can. We need to take a vote if you want the vote of the whole board to be recorded. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, it is, Chair.
Okay, so we'll pause that for a moment. We will need. Do I need a seconder for that? Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Wright is seconding. So could we see all those in favour of taking a recorded vote on our vote on this recommendation? All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 in favour.
Okay, that's 10. And those against? None against. And the abstentions? 2 abstentions.
3.
So that vote is carried.
Sorry,
So
it doesn't matter in terms of the vote going through, but there should be 3 abstentions if we've got 10 in favour. No, none against.
Okay, shall we try again? Could all those in favour of having a recorded vote on this please raise their hands?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That's 11 in favour. And any against? And any abstentions?
Thank you.
That's 2 abstentions. None against, 2 abstentions. That makes 13. Good. So in that case, then we will move to the vote. We have a proposal to support recommendation K. That's been seconded. So May I have all those in favour of supporting recommendation K, please raise their hands now. And we'll need to record the names as Councillor Rice, Councillor Dedman, Councillor Waite, Councillor Trent, Councillor Macro, Councillor Goodall, and Councillor Walters. And those against? And those are Councillor Canavan, Councillor Martin, Councillor Northover, Councillor Beasley, Councillor Wright, and abstentions. That's me. One.
And perhaps we could recall that the people voted against it are all Bournemouth councillors.
I'm sure that can be added to the minutes if you wish.
That's carried, Chair.
So that, sorry, thank you. So that vote was carried. And I think that concludes. Let me just, if we can just go back to the beginning of the report and just check that we have covered everything off.
I think we need to look at the other recommendations.
Yeah.
Councillor Walters might be able to assist.
Councillor Walters.
Sorry, Chair. Just that we need to also support B and C in the recommendations as well. And I'd like to propose that we support them.
I believe we had a vote on C.
Oh, sorry,
beginning.
you're right, B.
So I think we have done that bit. It is just recommendation B on the first page of the report. The recommendation being that the head of democratic services be authorised to make all necessary reorganisation of community governance orders to implement the changes agreed by council. I don't know that we need a debate on this, although I see Councillor Trent indicating.
Well, my point was on something different, which I want to raise, because as a scrutiny board, I think it would be useful if we raised an additional concern, and that is that there were problems with the consultation. A lot of the consultation went astray and went to the wrong places. But I think if this were done again on anything similar, then I think there needs to be an examination of how to make it a little bit more interesting and engaging. And there was a local website that did a consultation, and they allowed in fact requested 2 people to speak in favour of the proposal. This was to do with Poole, and 2 against, and then put that view to their readers, contributors or whatever, and there was quite a firm vote, and it was opposite to the way that, you know, things were going in the other consultation. But it was a fact that people were able to say, this is the advantages, or this is what's bad about it. And the consultation that we had was awful. And I wouldn't want it to be leading, because I've got a copy of the consultation that led to BCP Council, and it was atrocious and it was leading. And I sat down with a group of residents as a member of the public then, but, you know, supportive of the residents group, and they said, there's no point in filling that up because they've told you what they want to know anyway. You'd have to avoid that. But we do need something that's a little bit more engaging than what we had, you know, that would have to have the formal points in. But I do think that's a point we ought to make, because I know that there's a working group in consultation, and I think this is an example of a consultation which could have been better if it was a different style.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. And you raise a point that I also wanted to raise, which is that the consultation on this, I don't wish to say it was poor. I understand that it was done in the best possible way that was available, but it does provide us with as you rightly say, we have a consultation working group as part of this board that's open and working at the moment. And this particular example gives us a near perfect illustration of why we need to change the way we consult. And without wanting to preempt the work that the working group is doing, I would like to comment that I see this as a really clear example of the pitfalls of relying on open consultation. Quite aside from any coordinated campaign to influence the results, open consultation by its very nature attracts largely only those who feel passionately either for or against a proposal. And as we've talked about plenty already this evening, a very, very small proportion of people in our area felt very, very passionately about this issue and responded to that open consultation. And yet, because it's the only consultation data we have, it's inevitably used as evidence. What else are we supposed to do? What I believe was needed was a representative sample survey, something statistically robust, because 0.5% is you know, it's mathematical nonsense to say that shows any overwhelming majority of anything about anything. It doesn't. But there is a huge cost to doing that, and so we're in a bind. In a cash-strapped local authority, we have a huge problem with how do we afford to do decent research to underpin good decision making. I don't have an answer, but it's something I wanted to note because I think this is such a clear example of where important decisions are being made without the tools to make them.
If I can come back, Chair, I think, and what I think didn't have a good effect on this was a very negative, very politically one-sided attack on it. And I don't think there was much on the other side, although some will say that there were the odd things that were going out. I tried to keep whatever I put through doors very even-handed, but this other one allowed people to make the case for and make the case against.
And thank you, Councillor Trent. And I have heard what you said. I was going to finish off just by saying that I think it would be very useful to hear that in more detail through the working group, where we have the opportunity to spend more time on it. But I did want to raise it here as something that I think is very important to this whole discussion. So you know, but I think we are running out of time. Councillor Dedman.
I just wanted to comment on something that has guided me through 5 councils that I've been on, which is that what Burke said many years ago was your representative owes you not only his industry, but his judgment. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but there is an element of consultations on and on and on. We sit here to represent our residents, and I think too many consultations, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, queers the pitch.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beasley, did you want to?
Yes, Chair, just 2 points. One is I won't take any further criticism of what we put out in terms of this consultation. I've seen what else was put out by other people, and I stand by it, and I know that all of my colleagues do too. The second point I would make is, given the record of this council in terms of its response and take-up of consultation processes, personally, I would abandon the whole thing. I wouldn't do any more consultation,
Okay, well,
and I'd save money for the council taxpayer in the process.
Okay, but I don't think realistically that's an option. So we have to come up with workable solutions, and I think the consultation working group are doing some great work on some recommendations which hopefully will move us forward, because it is a big problem in our local authority, as we all know, is lack of trust that in what happens when we consult. But we need to find ways of doing it better. We can't just say let's stop doing it. I don't think. Okay. I think we have then just, where did we get to? We have got recommendation B, haven't we?
Can I just give you some advice very quickly?
Yes, of course.
So just to say that recommendation B and C in the report, although you took a vote on C, it fell. So you haven't actually made any decision on C, just to remind you of that. But also, you don't have to say anything about recommendations B and C, as you often don't with cabinet reports. It's up to you.
Okay. So did anybody wish to make a proposal around supporting recommendation B? Yes, Councillor Walters.
Can I put a proposal that we recommend supporting B and C?
You can, and then I'll have a seconder. I do, and Councillor Waite. So can I take a vote then, please? All those in favour of supporting recommendations B and C?
7, 8 in favour. There's 8 in favour.
And those against? 1.
1 against.
So there was 8 in favour, 1 against, and abstentions, 4 abstentions. So we supported those recommendations as well. And I think that at 10 o'clock, that does conclude our Overview and Scrutiny Board meeting.
You just got for information.
Okay.
Sorry.
I've got item 7, which is an item for information on the council's budget monitoring. we did talk about this previously, that because of this large item that was coming to tonight, that we wouldn't have time to look at this in the meeting. If anyone has any particular points to raise on this, they can be taken directly to the Cabinet meeting tomorrow. And at our next meeting, we will be looking at the MTFP paper. So we will have an opportunity to do our very important financial scrutiny at our next meeting in that context. So with that, I will thank you all again for your participation tonight and let you go home. Thank you.